Okay, hello. Can you guys hear me? Let me know when you guys hear me. Still waiting for people to get into the chat. I'm going to share the link with you guys. If anybody wants to come in. Anyways, I'm going to read. Can someone let me know? Okay, cool. There you go. Sweet. I'm going to read through Vladimir Putin in the chat. He had some topic suggestions. But I guess I should tell you guys. So yeah, I tried to come on Andy's show and he wasn't letting me on. And then he kept kicking me out of the chat. And then there was a guy on the chat. His name's Tyler. He's one of the MXBC guys, though. We have MXBC guys too. So this was a weird one. He did some homoerotic shit in the chat. So I heard. So I wanted to talk to him. And then there's another guy that he runs with too, or that he came in with. I think it's Texas Tornado. So if you guys want to come on the chat and clear the air, it's a great opportunity to do that. Anyways, until then, I guess I'm just gonna read off Vladimir Putin's. This is weird, man, not being able to hear myself. Hello?
Hey, what's up?
There you go.
What's up, homie?
Yo, what's up, man? It's your boy Camacho here, OG Rancho. Thanks for letting me on.
Cool, man. Welcome. Where you from, Camacho?
Hey, man. Yeah, I've been on the right wing side of the internet for like I'd say 7, 8 years now, and there was I got really into it. I took a break, and then my interest always been on philosophy and shit, and ancient history. And then I got into really into boxing again. And then all these boxing guys told me, send me your link. The right way fucking, so yeah, the right way Mexicans.
Oh, that's cool, dude. Yeah, no, I know.
But it's crazy because this is blowing my mind, dude. Because I remember being 2014, 2015, honestly thinking I was like the only right wing Mexican, man, for a long time, man. I would lurk around white nationalist shit, and that was like the only option to get right wing shit.
Right.
Yeah. It seems kind of greasy back then.
This year, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, dude.
I was saying that it seems like this year you've definitely seen a change with Hispanics in the U.S. Would you agree?
I think it's a destruction of narratives,
Yeah, I think you could describe it that way.
Because, like 2016, when I said I voted Trump, you gotta dodge bullets and shit. It was a tough time, You were called a coon, you were called self-hating. Now everyone's doing it. Now my family's doing it. It's fucking crazy.
Yeah. Where are you from, Camacho? Like what part of the country are you from?
Houston, Texas.
Oh, nice. Yeah, we got a few people out there.
But I got heritage from
Mexican?
Yeah, I got heritage from Querétaro.
Nice.
If you know that.
Nice. Yeah, it's in the center.
Close to like San Luis.
Yeah, it's in the center.
Yeah.
That's a nice place, El Bajío, no? Isn't that El Bajío? El Bajío?
Somewhere, like the Sierra and all that shit around there,
Give me 1 second.
Where are you from?
Guys, I hate to do this. Give me 1 second. I just got a business call real quick. Somebody's coming to drop something off. I'll be right back.
Got you, man.
Yo, what's going on? MXBC, bruh.
What up, Hefe? What up, bruh?
What's shaking, bruh? What's happening, bruh?
The first Mexican right shall initiate, bro. Let's get it.
Hey, shout out to the people in the chat, bruh. You know what I'm saying? This is the infamous L Slayer, bruh. You know what I'm saying? We're waiting on Tyler, bruh, but Camacho's here to fill in that void, bruh. So we're gonna talk about some topics that were discussed yesterday, bruh.
We could talk about the MXBC. Like MXBC is the Mexican boxing community, but you don't have to be Mexican to join. We're just like mostly Mexicans, but we enjoy boxing.
We accept.
And in boxing, there's like a lot of all the degenerates, the inbreds and shit. And honestly, I would recommend a lot of people to watch boxing because boxing is the only form of entertainment that is still, I would argue, male entertainment without any narratives, without any politics, because it's two guys punching each other. You know, you watch anything on fucking Netflix or any movie, any Hollywood movie, it's gonna be, you know, just full of propaganda messages and just degeneracy and bullshit to get you in the mind. Boxing, I think that it's one of the only sanctions of sport where you don't see much of that shit, right?
And Hispanics dominate somewhat of the sport of boxing. So shout out to them.
Yeah.
And also, bro, you know one thing that helps boxing is such a niche sport that like the libtards haven't taken over of
Yeah.
it yet. So hopefully it stays like that, bro.
But we got based Panamanian.
It was
What up, bro?
good.
Salute to
Shaking, bro.
what's the name of the fucking a good pod? Duran, bro. Salute to Duran, bro.
Roberto Duran, bro. Hey, Panamanian, where you from, bro?
From New York, man. New York City.
Ah, you're from New York, bro.
Yeah.
Damn.
Brooklyn all day.
That shit must fucking suck, bro.
Nah,
I'm
it does
telling you, bro.
BS here, a lot of, liberals and all that stuff. But I pushed through, man.
Yeah, man. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes pressure busts pipes or it forms diamonds, bro. So shout out to you, bro.
Yeah, man.
Continue to strive, bro. You know what I'm saying? Strive for greatness, bro, for your people, man.
Pushing through.
I'm doing the same in the great state of Texas, bro. We want Texas independence.
Must be beautiful there, man.
Hey, Panamanian, bro, how old are you? Like, since you're from New York, have you seen like all faces of New York, the degenerate times,
Hey,
the
man,
Giuliani times?
I'm 19, but
Oh shit.
I've seen New York City change from like growing up. Cause me, man, I ain't grew up in no luxury type stuff like Long Island, New York, and Manhattan. I grew up in the slums of New York. So me seeing things change, it changed from a like how you say things got a lot of. The one thing I want to say, things got far more liberal, and I've seen mad Dominicans pop up in New York, like not just from the Bronx, but like they coming in Brooklyn. I see a little bit of them in Queens. It used to be mad Puerto Ricans everywhere, but now it's a lot of Dominicans popping up and everywhere, man. But outside of that, things just got more liberal, a lot more worse. Things were different like back in the day, man.
Yeah, man, I hear you. I hear you. And so, you like you're Brooklyn, like that's close to the like. You live in like a suburb? Now you live in like the projects, right?
I live in the hood, man. I'm Brooklyn born.
Damn, man.
Yeah, man.
Hefe?
New York, bro. And I'm going around New York. It's a city, bro, that's been infiltrated for many years, bro. It's a city full of rats, literally and figuratively, bro. You know what I'm saying? And rats need you know what I'm saying? They need to die out, bro. We need I don't really want to say these words, but yeah, bro. We got to get rid of these rats, bro, because we're being overwhelmed by the rats, bro. So we got to
Yeah,
get rid of them, bro. In New York, bro.
I think New York and California and San Francisco, these cities are bad, but I feel like almost every city is bad. Every city, I mean, they vote blue. They have this mindset, entitlement. The people are soft. The people are just weird, degenerate. People don't belong in cities, bro. And you look at the immigration patterns of the last 200 years, they've been slowly pushing us into these mega cities to become these automata, these robots, these drones. And people don't belong in these cities, man. They weren't meant for that shit. You know, a lot of people were meant to have their own land and have their own independence and be the captains of their own destiny. But right now, when you stuff people like rats in these disgusting cities and they're all stink and it's all bad. When you cramp so many people in one place, there's gonna be fecal matter, there's gonna be bullshit, there's gonna be trash. And in
Homeless.
Houston, most of the cities are. I mean, in Texas, Houston, you know, parts of Dallas, parts of Austin, it's all terrible. They all stink.
Yeah, bro. Like you're talking about, like the liberal ideology. The liberal ideology. Do you think it's been accelerated by TV and the internet, bro? Or you think it's kind of slowing it down, especially like channels like this one, the MXBC. You know what I'm saying? Right wing channels popping up, bro. Or do you think it's just accelerating the liberal agenda, the small hat agenda?
well,
Honestly, right wing channels have no impact on rhetoric whatsoever. I think that right wing channels are just places where people can congregate and meet people like their own. But in order to, to be exposed to these ideas and to be a right winger, you have to find out for yourself. Sometimes they have to come deep within you.
Hey, but Camacho, what? Remember what happened with Christianity back in the Roman days, in the early Roman days? Christianity, they used to hide, bro, to be able to, express the Christianity, gather, talk about the Bible, and they would be persecuted, bro. Then what happened with Christianity, bro? It grew to the point where they couldn't control it, bro. They had to bow down to Christianity. Do you think that something similar can happen to that, like
Nah,
to nowadays, bro?
I want to hear Panamanian. I think he said no. I want to see what he has to say. Really interesting.
I said no because the difference with Christianity and different with the current political situation you see in the United States, two different things. With Christianity, you had God, you had the followers of Christ and the apostles suffering persecution, and they knew they'd persevere because our Lord Jesus Christ told them they would persevere. But what you see in the United States today, in a political situation, you're seeing what's happening in a dying society. Like, all right, when you have such an acceleration of communism, of Marxism, of leftism, there's always going to be a natural pushback. Whenever something gets pushed onto a population, there's always going to be a pushback regardless. But to think that it'll make a change or difference this late stage in modern politics, me personally, I don't see it. I don't see it happening because you got to look at the conservatives right now. Look what's happening. They got children and drag queens in New York City, San Francisco, and Cali. They made pedophilia legal, and naturally, what will happen in the same society? Those people in Minecraft, they would have gotten the rope on spot. You got people
Facts.
day saying, politicians making pedophilia illegal, and not one of those politicians in California had to worry about going to sleep that night. Not one of them had to worry about their home getting torched down when they went to bed at night. The current situation in the USA is dead. The Republicans today, look at them. They're not conservative. All they're doing is conserving, or let me say, they are liberals just at a slow pace.
Yeah,
Republicans,
slower liberals. Yeah.
they're for mass immigration and mass immigration so our people could be slaves towards big corporations. They're for gay marriage. They're not for conserving anything, man. All these Republicans that are painting on the good face of America first, they're only doing that because it's getting trendy. Mind you, Trump is only 4 years and another 4 years if he manages to win this. But right now you're seeing a dying civilization. When you have the lack of God, when you have an increase of secularism, and you remove a lot of things out of a society that's supposed to function, your society is going to die. So the way I see it, we're going to see more. We're going to see a lot of things happen. We're going to see the mass pushing of the left onto the right, and when you have two competing ideologies, they both cannot coexist. You're going to see either the left, and my personal take is that the left is going to kill the right, or you're going to see the right kill the left. And the right has no will to survive. They're not fighting back. They're not doing any solution that they need to implement to survive. They're just dying gracefully, like many would say. But me, man, I think that with all you see with the right wing circles today, the rise of the fat online fashion, all that stuff, it's a natural reaction. But in the grand scheme, it's not going to do anything to change what's happening. This country is going to go left wing. It's going to go communist, and that's going to be it. It's going to be a sad tale of the United States.
Damn.
Yeah, man, Panamanian, I think you nailed it, bro. And here's the thing why the left is so effective. And it's because they're actual idealists. Even though their ideas are retarded, they're building towards something. They're building towards this utopian hellscape where, nothing really matters. Like, family doesn't matter, sex doesn't matter, gender role doesn't matter, familial roles don't matter. Nothing matters. Nothing exists. And everyone's like their own unique, identity, and just we have nothing in common. We have no religion, no race, no nothing in common. They're building toward this utopian hellscape. When you look at the right wingers, and especially the ones in power, they don't talk about anything. They don't talk about building anything or making an empire or having a goal or having a project. They just want what the left wants, but slower.
But
We can have
Camacho,
gay
don't
marriage,
you feel?
just don't fuck in the streets.
Don't you feel? Don't you feel? No, my bad. Don't you feel the left will crumble by itself, bro? Because they really don't have no foundations to stand on, bro. Like they're just building on air, as I call it, bro. And in reality, when you build on air or you build without no solid foundation, bro, it's gonna crumble to one point. Do you see that happening, or do you think it's gonna get to the point where people are gonna be so brainwashed that they're just gonna be okay with fucking the collapse of, let's say, the United States or whatever?
Yeah, Panama, you want to go or you want to go
Yep.
next?
For me, man, the reason why I don't see that, I see that the left is going to keep power, is because the left works on a nice federation or alliance on a lot of things. Look how they somehow managed to get gays and Muslims, for example, to ally together. Because even though gays know that the Muslims on the left will throw them off of rooftops and kill them whenever they get the chance, they managed to give them a common enemy. What is the common enemy of the Muslims and the gays? The common enemy is conservatism. Why? Because conservatism is supposed to be against Islamic values, and conservatism also against homosexuality. So it draws those two groups together. Their common enemy is the left, not the left, the right. So in their short term, they need to ally together to preserve their freedom. And so even though it's gonna mess up in the long run, but I see that the left, that people are gonna just live out the collapse, and that's what we're gonna see. 90% of people in any society are sheep. Example, during the revolution of the United States of America, only 3%, I believe, actually either 3% of the populace supported the revolution, and I believe less than that were actually a part. So people who are
Yo, okay, what's up, you guys? Sorry, man, I'm gonna have to interrupt. Just because the people want to hear me, and I gotta give the people what they want. Sorry about that. Money called, and you know how it goes. Anyways, I'm back. So, how's everybody doing?
Well, pretty good, bro. What's going on, bro? Appreciate for having me on for the first time. This is El Slayer, bro.
You're the guy that I let into the Discord last night, and then I heard you guys were doing some funny stuff.
Well, I wasn't doing shit. You know what I'm saying? It was somebody else, but
I heard Tyler, man.
I'll let him defend himself. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but you were there. What do you think about what he did?
I can't really, you know what I'm saying.
You don't have an opinion on what he did.
I can't really respond, bro, because he's just. Hold on, bro, because you're cutting me off, bro. I can't really respond to what he did because he is a superior, and I don't. As a superior, I can't really say shit. So he gotta.
So you don't have an opinion. You don't have an opinion on it.
He's a superior, bro. You don't talk back to superiors.
But you're not talking back to your superiors. If that's your superior, then I really feel sorry for you, to be honest with you. But I'm asking you as a man. I'm asking you as a man.
Come on, bro. Now you're disrespecting me, bro. Why can't you just speak to me on what I said, bro?
I'm asking your opinion as a man.
No, you're trying to get me to talk shit about my superior, and I'm not gonna.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
I got loyalty, you bro.
Okay. I just for the record, I'm asking this man as a man if he has an opinion on something. So
I have no opinion.
If somehow you having it, oh, okay, that's interesting. You must be a priest or you work for a bishop or something.
I'm a Christian, bro.
I had no idea what's happening. What happened on that Discord?
So that the people know what happened on the Discord. I got some invites for some guys who wanted to join the Discord. I got people to vouch for them inside the Discord. So I'm like, cool. I let these three gentlemen in, and I go to sleep. It was late in the night, right? I was already in bed with my wife. So the next morning, I hear that these guys basically everybody was kind of heckling each other, but one of these guys pulls out a picture of a gigantic black cock that he just had saved on his fucking phone roll, clearly. Basically accusing people of something very homosexual, quite frankly. And then they got kicked out because the presumption was that we got trolled. We thought it was people like Radical Latino. We don't know who these guys are. And this is why I like, to be honest, I don't like to hide. Everybody knows my name. Everybody knows my face, even though my wife and my child's face. So I hope that buys respect from you guys. But if you're gonna have highfalutin opinions and you're not even willing to put your name out like that, then frankly, I think you're a bitch.
Bro, what are you talking about, bro? Like I already told you, I have no opinion on his actions. He could speak for himself. I disagree on what he did. You know what I'm saying? That's
That's
the
all I
best
was
thing I
asking
could.
you, though. You see, but that's all I was asking you.
Okay,
I was
Like,
Yeah,
does your
disagree
Discord?
with-
Does your Discord have rules? Do you have like a rules board where it tells you that this is like a super serious Discord
No.
and no like trolling allowed?
No.
Yeah, bro, I can't
no,
control
no,
what other
no.
people do, bro. Especially a
Maybe
superior, bro.
maybe you should add a little context or something, because you know in Discord everyone's a retard.
Yeah, that's true. You see, I don't think that way because I'm 32
Hey, but
years old.
Camacho, you
What?
know how
Hold on,
Coco is,
hold
bro.
on.
Oy vey.
Hold on. I'm a 32-year-old man, you know. So if I'm going to enter into conversations with people, I'm not trying to diss Zoomers, but I'm not going to come at it like a Zoomer. You know, I'm gonna put my name to my opinion and my face. So
because you know
wait,
Discord.
hold on. I like to
All
be.
right.
I'm a clown, dog. I'm a clown. I'll clown with you all day, but I'm a serious man. So in my head, people don't do shit like that. In my head, no matter what space you enter, you still act like a man. You know, just anonymity shouldn't allow you to act like a fucking idiot, fuck boy, faggot, immature motherfucker. You know, you gotta be.
Hey, bro, let's not disrespect, bro. Let's not disrespect.
No, it's not
Coco,
disrespect, bro.
He's
It's
not
just
on here, bro.
frank honesty. So what? He can
he-
come join. He can come join any moment. I'm not.
We're not gonna disrespect the fear like
I'm
that,
talking
bro.
specifically. I'm talking specifically about some actions that. Look, dude. I'm not holier than thou. I do stupid shit all the fucking time. But guess what? When someone calls me out on it, I'll laugh with them and I'll be like, "My bad. That was stupid."
Rancho, I'll talk to you like a man.
I appreciate
You know,
it.
the thing is that Discord is a text app for children to use it to play video games. That's really what it is from the beginning. But you use it as a source to communicate with other right wing. I'm guessing Latinos. I've never been on your Discord.
I wouldn't
like
classify it as right wing or left wing.
okay. Well, I guess you want to have like serious conversations with other people.
Yeah.
And when people are initiated, they don't know the rules of the trade.
Yeah,
you know,
especially. You're totally right.
When they're probably playing Minecraft, they're probably playing Fortnite, they're probably like hacking the game. Like it's like you use the tool, you use the hoe, and you use it for a completely different purpose, right? But I mean, you can't be surprised when you have dumb retard children, like maybe even me, and they don't know the rules of the trade.
And again, dude, I understand, bro. I understand, but again, because that wasn't my mindset, I'm holding people up to that standard, and I think you're completely right. I should make that standard a lot more explicit up front. And perhaps this is our way of getting to know each other, everybody out there. Like, you know.
Now, I don't want to cut you off. I don't want to cut you off, but I have a point of contention when what you have to say is that I do respect the fact that you do have the courage to show your face, your livelihood, and be able to stand by your opinions with vigor, right? I respect that. But I also think that there's value in anonymity. There's huge value in anonymity. And anonymity has allowed for people to be comfortable and to, you know, be able to discuss ideas in an abstract space without having to make them personal, you know? And I feel like anonymous writers, anonymous message boards, even dating back to the French Revolution or American Revolution, they all use pseudonyms and they all wrote ideas anonymously. So I respect the fact that you use your face and you have the courage to do it and you stand by your beliefs, but there's still a level of value to anonymity. You can't just, you know, be discouraged like that.
Especially in these times where people are doxing people just for having an opinion, you know?
Yeah, and also you want to have right-wing people in positions of power, and you want to have them be able to infiltrate. Should they just dox themselves? What if somebody's like a high-ranking official? What if somebody is like, you know, in academia? What if someone's a teacher or a principal? Suddenly they have to dox themselves and let themselves out and get fired?
I'll see this much that there is something to be said about anonymity. People do need privacy, you know, they need space for themselves. I'm totally with that. I don't necessarily view the French Revolution as something laudable, you know. I think it's actually a bad thing in history.
Yeah, I agree. But I'm just saying that's just an abstract, you know, I'm saying like an example in time. There's other examples. I mean, anonymity is a powerful tool ever.
Yeah, and I feel like we can go easily down into a
the Protestant Reformation.
Hey, but
Uh,
on some real shit, bro. Like me and you were supposed to have a serious discussion, right, on the topic we are talking
yeah,
about
I was
yesterday on
looking forward
Discord,
to
bro.
it. To be frank,
But you know what I'm saying. Your memory or your mind was so full of that picture that you can't get it out of your head. But to me, you know what I'm saying. I'm over it. Just like we're all grown here. We should all get over that, and we should get onto the real discussions, bro.
yeah, I agree. I agree, but I wanted to clear the air, because again, it's just like Camacho helped us understand. Um,
Yeah,
there's
for sure.
standards, there's expectations, and I behave a certain way because I expect people to behave a certain way with me. You know what I mean?
And you know
Um,
what, OG? First of all, thank you for letting me on, and
yeah,
I hope
sure.
other people get to introduce themselves in the panel. But I want to bring a point of contention against someone named Jose Miguel White Hernandez. Said revolutions are inherently evil. The anonymous rise of the revolutions are why we live in a degenerate society. True. But what if you live in an empire that is completely degenerate, and you're the minority, and you want to subvert the empire? It's just a tool. I mean,
That's a good
you can't
question. That's a good
you
question.
can't get an abstract idea and put moral principles behind it. It's like a gun.
Hold on. Camacho, espérate, papi. I don't want to get distracted with other conversations.
Yeah, bro.
I think Slayer wants to bring something to the table, and I'm more than happy to discuss it now.
Well, first let me introduce myself, bro.
Yeah,
This is
why don't we do
Elsley.
that? Why don't we do that? 1 second. Let's just do that. I'm gonna cap it at 6 here. So, base Panamanian, if you could introduce yourselves, and everybody else in the panel there.
All right. What's up, everybody? I'm Base Panamanian. I'm from New York. You want to see my real name or not? But
No, just whatever, man. Whatever you feel comfortable with. Like, give us an idea of the person we're talking to.
hey, cool. So some of the I started out normie, then went to Trump conservative, then went to fascist, then started diving into religion. Now I'm an anarchist. I personally think, after seeing you and hearing you talk in the server for a little bit, I'm
Yeah.
any ideas of Hispanidom, and I have plans in mind to put in action of conquering all that stuff we can talk about later. That's where I am right now.
What? How old are you? Or
Me,
can you give us a rough age?
19.
You're 19.
Yeah,
Okay, cool. And you're from New York. You're from Panama.
yeah.
Uh, are you a native Panamanian or are you of Jamaican extraction?
Nah, not native Panamanian. I'm mixed. I got some Caribbean on my side. Got Panamanian on my side, and my pop's Puerto Rican.
Oh, okay. Cool, man. Have you been to Panama or Puerto Rico?
I've been to Panama when I was little.
Oh, okay. You should go again. I have a sister that lives there. I'm from Nicaragua, so I got family down there. Camacho, why don't you share a little bit about? I don't know where you're at, roughly your age. I want to have a picture in my head of the man.
Yeah, man. My name's Camacho. Just turned 23. Yeah, I consider myself a Christian, but I'm a non-denominational Christian. I don't believe in big churches. In terms of like economics, I'm not a strict socialist or a strict capitalist. I think that those are abstractions, and we got to use them accordingly. So I would call myself an American pragmatist. I am a right winger. I like philosophy. I like history. I like boxing. I like sports, and
what part of the
I'm happy
country
to be on the panel.
Oh, you're from Texas, right?
Yeah, Texas, Houston.
Cool. And your family's from Querétaro, right?
Yeah.
Cool, man. Welcome. Nice to meet you. Slayer, introduce yourself, brother. How you doing?
Yo, what's going on, bro? This is your boy El Slayer, bro. Coming from that big Texas, bro. I'm in my early 20s, bro. You know what I'm saying? I'm not into like politicians or what I am, bro. I'm just trying to survive, bro, and I want to conserve
There you
my
go. What
people, bro.
What do you do?
And
What do you do? Are you in the labor force? Do you have a trade?
oh, that's not to be told, but I own a business, bro. You know what I'm
Okay,
saying?
cool, man. Oh, nice. That's good to know. You're an
You know what I'm saying?
entrepreneur. You're from Texas. What part?
Yeah, bro.
If I remember correctly, you said you're from Dallas.
Yeah, bro. Dallas, Texas, bro. Oak Cliff, to be more specific.
Are you from Dallas or?
No, I'm originally from South Texas, Laredo, but I live in Dallas now.
And what part of Mexico is your family from?
Jalisco, bro.
Jalisco, Jalicense.
You know what I'm
Oh, I
saying?
remember you
Castizo,
now
bro.
specifically. You're the one that kept.
Castizo, bro.
Why do you feel you have to emphasize being Castizo?
You know what I'm saying? Because that's my race, bro. That's my people, and I just want to
Who's
conserve
your people?
my
Castizo?
yeah, bro. The Castizo
So
people, of Mexico.
why are you dividing Castizo people out of Mexico?
No, I'm not dividing them. I just want to conserve my people, bro. Like I
Let me
could
ask
live.
you this question. When
I'm
did you?
Mexican, bro, but I could live among Indios, mulattoes,
Yeah.
mestizos.
But I'm
But
asking
I
you.
still want to conserve my people, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Let me ask you this question real quick. When did you first hear the term Castizo spoken?
Since I was 100 pounds.
Which was when?
I don't know, bro. It was early, like in middle
This
school, I
year?
guess.
You've heard the term Castizo?
In middle school, yeah.
What in what context
Because
did you?
I've always been real big into history, bro. So I knew these terms already, like castizo, mulatto, cuarteron, all these words. I've been hearing them since I was a kid. You know what I'm saying?
And you always used that word to describe yourself since you were 100 pounds?
Yeah, bro. Castizo, yeah.
You've always used that word. You're saying it wasn't until this year you started using it. You're saying that you've always used that word.
Yeah, I've always been using the word castizo.
Always. And you've heard other Mexican people and other people around you use that word too?
Well, in Mexico, the word castizo, it's not really used like racial
What about in
terms.
Texas? What about in
It's
Texas?
more of a Texas thing, I guess, or an American thing.
But you have heard it in Texas, you're saying?
Yes, I have heard it in Texas among the
In
Mexicans.
common conversation before this year?
Yeah, well, the people call it güeros, other people call it.
Yeah. But that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying castizo specifically, because that word has specific connotations, which is why I'm like zooming in on the usage of the word.
Yeah, but you're looking too deep into it, bro. I'm talking in a more, you know what I'm saying, reliable way.
What do you mean? What do you mean reliable way? How is Castizo more reliable?
Castizo in a way.
Wait. Hold on, Papi.
No, hold on, bro. Now you're cutting me
because I
off,
asked you a question and you switched it. Let's go back to the question.
All right.
Did people use that word before this year, in your knowledge? Did you, in the everyday topic of conversation, did you ever hear people use that word before this year?
Yes.
You have.
Yes.
Are you sure you want to stand by that answer?
Yes, bro.
Rancho, let him breathe and wrap up the introduction.
No. I don't want to get distracted.
Oy
Bro, you're
vey.
playing games, bro. I'm not trying
I'm
to
not
play
playing games, dog. I want you to be
the
real with
message.
me.
The message I'm trying to spread, bro.
How
The
are we
message
gonna
I'm trying to spread, bro, is I just want to conserve
You
my
cornered
people, bro.
yourself.
I just want to conserve my people, bro. The Castizo people of Mexico, bro.
Okay,
because we're disappearing, bro.
Dale. Okay. Now, can you let me talk now? All right, thank you.
Bro, go ahead.
Okay, so how am I going to have a discussion with this man if he can't be real with me? If he's telling me that the word castizo, he's been using it since he was 100 pounds, that before this year, people use that word in daily conversations, then I know this man is a liar. And why do I need to discuss with him? Now, if he can be honest with me, we can have a conversation.
He could take
Why
it
don't you
back.
just keep it in mind? Why don't you just keep that fact in mind and you know just you know keep
why
that
don't you
fact in
debate
mind.
my points, bro? You're going into
because
you know what I'm saying?
No, dude.
You're going into some bullshit, bro.
No, dog. I'm gonna tell you why. If you let me answer, I'm gonna tell you why. Because your usage of that word, I already know what frame of mind you're locked in.
Here we go. Now you're trying to pinpoint me. You know what I'm saying? Like white people do it into
Because I heard that word online. Like that's where I kind of heard that word online and discussions.
When Camacho? Did you hear it last year?
No, like dude, 2014, 2013.
You're trying to stereotype me, bro, into something I'm not. Like you haven't even spoken to me about my ideology, bro. Like for all we know, we could agree on many ideologies. But you're trying to pinpoint me and make an example of me, which you're not, bro. You know what I'm saying?
I'm not trying to make an example out of you, dog. I'm just talking to you like I talk to you. I can talk to anybody in front of me. I'm just being frank with you.
And then you're very you're against Anglos and
I'm not
white
against
people
Anglos.
united.
I'm not
yes,
against
you were,
Anglos.
bro.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you were, bro.
I'm against the Judeo-Anglo-Masonic culture and world order because I think
that's not what your Discord. That's not what you're saying, bro. Or your people, bro.
Oh, so now other people speak to me.
Bueno,
Hey,
let's
you,
keep it 100. The word
Poco spoke
came.
for me, so why can't I do
So
the same
why don't
thing?
here? Let's put a bookmark here real quick. I'm
Come on,
getting
not see
feedback
that.
from somebody. Let me just let's just put a bookmark right there. All right. Maybe what I'm realizing is I'm getting feedback. You guys gotta mute your shit. Okay. So forgive me. Maybe what I'm realizing is people are using these words without really knowing what they mean, without really understanding the context, without understanding the implications of these words, and it irritates the fuck out of me. So my bad. I shouldn't presume everyone understands the context of that word and really the implications of that word. We have to understand as grown men, every word has an implication. So if you're going
Bro,
to
now,
use
now
a
you're
word,
sounding like a Jew, bro. Every word has implications, bro. It's just a goddamn word. You make it
are you going
seem,
to call me a Jew about every single thing you disagree
bro.
with
You're
me
a
on?
Jew, bro. You're acting like a Jew. Like
You're a
every word
racist.
hurts you,
You're
bro.
such a
Get your
racist. You're such
emotions out of your
no, it has
panties,
nothing to do
bro.
with your emotions, dog.
You know
It's
what
that
I'm saying, bro? Just because, bro, kick this dude out, bro. He's a troll.
yeah.
Well, it sounds like you're trying to make a point, LG Rancho, that sort of like the word they're using maybe as propaganda.
You have to
They
understand
recently
the, yeah,
brought it back to the
exactly.
Well,
vernacular.
explain to me instead of just
Exactly.
shitting on me, bro.
Okay, well,
Rancho,
my
let me
bad.
interject here for a second.
Okay,
Yeah,
no,
let
let me,
El Inquisitor finish.
I just want to
Or
clear up the air real quick. Look, I want to contextualize it because my bad. You know, maybe you're right, but I'm coming at because of what I heard happened last night, right? So it's like I'm still a little irritated about it. And then when you combine that with your usage of that word, it double irritates me. So my bad.
well,
I should
I'll
be
vouch
I
for
should
El
be
Jefe.
more.
I don't think he's like a double. He's not a double agent. He's just a guy. He's just talking right now, and you know.
Yeah, I know that. Okay, so I just want I'll back away from it. I'm just trying to explain myself. Go ahead, Inquisidor.
Rancho brings up a valid point because it's like strike number 2, right? But no, if we keep it 100, what is a castizo? Castizo was during the early days. It was somebody who was 3/4 Spanish, 1/4 Indian. The term hasn't been used for ages, and it came again into prominence during the rise of the alt-right. And that
by our friends, right? Is Tercio at Mundo who started that meme.
Yes, yeah, of course. Yeah, he's definitely, if you have to point have to point the finger to one dude,
What year
it definitely has
would you
to be
say?
Tercio.
What year would you say?
I
Because
don't
I
know.
remember going to Spanish message boards on just random shit like anime and shit, and I would see the words and I had to look them up. And people calling themselves Castizo, I'm Mestizo, Calles Negro. Like I've heard those words like in South America, message boards
Castizo.
and anonymity.
Yeah,
People
I think that came out. It came out like in 2014 or 15 or something like that. Inquisidor,
even before that, like I don't think it's a vehicle by the alt right to like I think
Yeah, you're reading into what I'm saying. Here's what I have to say on the word.
Yeah, be frank so I can understand.
Okay, yeah. So here's what I have to say about the word. The word is an archaic word. I mean, it's not used in language, and it was never even used in the Spanish Empire. Okay, aside from these what do you call it? These
record-keeping books, perhaps.
The paintings, the pretty paintings we all fucking know. Las pinturas de castas.
Yeah.
Okay, but that designation never carried any legal weight. That again, the word is archaic. What you're really saying when you're saying I'm castizo to somebody is that, oh, I'm a little bit better than being 50% Indio. And that's fine if you feel that way. But I want to understand why you
999. That you're bringing emotions into it, bro.
Everything.
You're trying to bring emotions into like what a word means, bro.
Oh my god, dog. I'm about to
That's
put you
what
on
it
mute,
is.
dog. Okay.
I think there's a middle ground here because
no.
It does get used like that.
This isn't personal. I'm not even talking about you anymore, Slayer. I'm just talking about the word in the context of today. All right.
Now Rancho. So what I'm hearing right now is maybe you and Inquisitor can pinpoint exactly when the word was brought back into the popular lexicon.
I would say this year. I would say
because
this year,
I have to disagree. Number one, the word mestizo, without a doubt, I've been hearing that word even pre-internet.
Yes,
that's how people.
So look, in Latin America, All right, I'm probably technically a Castizo, but you'll never hear me use that word because it's not a word that we use in our language. It's archaic, meaning it's no longer in usage.
So
The
you're
word
a
is-
self-hating Castizo then, because if
No,
you
no
look
one's
at,
ever used that
bro,
word.
you have the
Oh,
white guilt.
God.
That's what it is, bro.
Oh God, man, come on, bro. Who's talking about reading into shit now, right? Who's talking about emotionalizing shit? No, we're just being frank here. I thought we're adults here. Nobody in Latin America calls themselves castizo. They'll say mestizo, even if they're 80% white, blonde, and green-eyed. They'll call themselves mestizo. They're on the mulatto side of the scale.
So
Nobody
Rancho,
uses the word
I could tell you
castizo.
that I heard Castizos for the first time in my life right before Trump got elected. And it was coming from the alt-right circles. As
Yeah,
somebody who
because Tercio is the one who made the meme. Tercio from Mundo Republiqueto. There's a couple interviews of me and his show, him on our show here. He made a meme when he had a what the fuck? What do you call it?
Beyond the
A
Wall
podcast.
and
He had a
Castizo
podcast on a
futurism.
right wing on I don't know the right stuff. I don't even know what these brands are, to be honest with you. Maybe you can contextualize it for me in Keith.
You talking about TRS? You talking about TRS?
Yeah,
and they,
he's talking about TRS. And Tercio
Okay.
had a show
right.
called Beyond the Wall that was geared towards a Hispanic audience. And he used to meme Castizo futurism. So the idea was that gringos would move down to Hispanoamerica and marry a mestiza and therefore produce castizos. And that's the,
But
that was the
there was an undertone to it. And if you listen to the last episode we had with Tercio, he owns up to it. Where it's
Yeah,
like,
but
but you also
hold
got to
on.
realize that a lot of these, these TRS, these shows, these face bags, these podcasts, they don't make memes. They just get board culture and internet culture, and they just like sell it, and they like just regurgitate it. And Pepe memes, whatever it be, whatever word, whatever lexicon, echoes, Jews, small hats, all these words, they just get them from what they read in board culture, which are organic memes.
Sí, Camacho, but the point is que it whatever it is, it's mostly
those guys are lame.
best known for cucking for Anglos. Like, you're trying to look yourself
right.
look like.
Could I say something, bro? Or you're gonna continue muting me, bro?
I mean, I would like to be able to get my point across without being interrupted.
Bro, I haven't said shit, bro. I've been muted like for the last 5 minutes, bro.
It's not just you, but then Camacho comes in from the left. So
no, you know what it is, bro.
Let me give my take on the usage of the word castizo, and you can disagree with it, and we can have a conversation from that point. But you're gonna have to let me give my take. So let me give my take. So what you're doing by using the word castizo, whether consciously or unconsciously, is you're negotiating yourself to an Anglo. You're using an Anglo's point of view as a measuring stick by which you should describe or identify yourself, which is retarded. Because what you're doing automatically at that point is philosophically, mentally, worldview level, you are adopting an Anglo worldview. You are playing your historical enemy's game by his rules. And this is where you misconstrue and you say that I have something against Anglos. I have dinner and smoke cigars and chill and have drinks with Anglos once every 2 weeks at the very least. It's not personal. We're talking about civilization. We're talking about culture here. Anglos know that there's something rotten in their culture. They think they got it pointed out when they just pointed on the Jews. But the Jews aren't nothing by themselves. It's the marriage between Jews, Anglos, and the Masonic world culture that they create and that they've sold across the world. Now, this might make people uncomfortable. This might be like, damn, this motherfucker's crazy, but I don't give a fuck. It's the truth. This is the system that is as bad for Anglos as it is for your everyday Jew deli owner from down the street if you have one. Right? Not all the Jews have a powwow. Not Joe Schmo who's selling me a Polish sausage at the little shop over here. He's not fucking conspiring. He might be fucking, I don't know, doing some other shit under the table. We know how everybody gets down. But again, that's my point. And I'm not trying to knock away. Again, The point is that if you're saying that the problem is just Jews, you're an idiot.
Bro, I haven't
You're
even
an
said
idiot,
that, bro.
OG,
What are you
bro.
talking about, bro? Are you gonna let me speak, or are you gonna keep on putting
I am
things I
gonna
haven't
let
even
you
said,
speak.
bro?
I was just trying to get my take out there. Now that everyone understands my take and my position, now you can logically, rationally argue against me.
What?
So please,
Rancho, I think a
Bro,
good point.
No. Hold on, bro. You just rambled for 30 goddamn minutes, bro. Over a
Yep.
goddamn word Castizo, bro. That's how much that to me. That's more of a personal thing you got going on. If the word Castizo
you're just
moves you
reading
that
into
much,
it.
bro. No,
No,
hold on,
dude.
bro.
No,
Now you're cutting me out, bro.
I'm just
Now
being
you're cutting me
real.
out, bro. You're being a Jew, bro. You're being a Jew, bro. Stop being a Jew, bro.
You're so lame.
Let me
Slayer,
say this
mira.
real quick.
This is what this is kind of sort of the point, right? Castizo. I'm not saying you're necessarily doing this, but what
I'll
I've
just change
noticed.
the term. I'll say güero then. Is that better?
That's
Is that better for y'all, bro?
100% better. Now,
All right,
Yeah,
then.
okay.
Over a goddamn word, bro.
I'm sorry, dog, but now I can embrace you as the brother because now I know your raza. You see, now you're speaking. to me in
OG
raza.
Rancho, I want to make it clear, bro.
Wait,
All right,
dog,
all right.
please. Now, because he's using the word güero, I know he knows what's up. But when he uses the word castizo, to me, he sounds like a fucking pick-me.
Yeah, I get what
I
you're
don't
saying.
like
So
this,
the word Castizo, we don't hear it in the popular lexicon in the
No.
pearls of Mexico, or even the Chicanos. We don't hear it. You only hear it in the internet. Yeah, I get what you're saying. You got to realize that El Jefe, first of all, he's always been a Christian. He's always been a right winger, but this is like, I think this is the first year where he's delving deep into this shit. And you got to realize that he's a real confrontational person. He's also really funny. And you know, you got to learn who you're talking to. But you know what I'm saying? So yeah, there's no subversion going on here or nothing. It's just
That's not
different
what
people.
I'm not attacking you, bro. We're just having a conversation.
I wasn't
Yeah.
accusing you of that. I wasn't accusing you of that, but I was just trying to open up the conversation around the word. You know.
Now
because-
I will say that I would hear the word be said to each other online in board culture, even before the alt-right was even a thing. I will tell you that.
Maybe but it's not a common use word. Now I'm seeing it all over the fucking place. That's the point.
And I know what you're trying to realize. That I feel like you're saying
here's my position, you guys, so you guys understand. We probably agree on 99.99% of everything if we took everything apart. But there's I don't know if you guys just haven't come to frame it this way, but this is the way I view it. There's a black and white problem in America. I look at it like that's their
problem.
It's my neighbor couple, right? Like I have a wife and kid, right? And my kid, and I'm gonna have more kids, and they're gonna grow up. And then my next door neighbor's a biracial couple. It's a black chick and a white dude. Right now, the black chick and the white dude are fucking beating the shit out of each other, and the kids are fucking going crazy. And I'm just trying to stay away from the shit. My wife's like, "Should we go over there?" And I'm like, "No. This isn't our problem. Let them fight each other."
I agree.
In fact, these people took half of our fucking backyard, and they're a bad influence on our kids. These people are a bad influence on my kids. I want them to move the fuck away, or maybe I got to move the fuck away. So in this fight, you have stupid ass Latinos or Hispanos or whatever they want to call themselves, Mestixex, Latinxex, Castizos, whatever the fuck the term is this week, who either go and carry water for the victim black in the inner city who's getting shot, right? And that's the person that I call the Latinxer. And they tend to be lesbians or empowered women
Degenerate.
or homosexuals. They tend to be educated college women. Okay, and then you have the pick-me. Everybody knows the Latinxer. We can point our finger at him and laugh at him. But there's another phenomenon. It's called the pick-me. And the pick-me carries water for the white dudes. He thinks that he needs an allegiance with white America in order for something to happen for him. He's asking his historical enemies to include him in the fucking club. That's not my stance. Their fucking club doesn't work. It's rotten. Why would you want to join a rotten man's club? Go back to your club. And that's what my channel's about. Teaching you, showing you what is your club. You already know it because you were born and raised in that culture. But we've been influenced.
Well said, man. Well said.
Sorry to cut you off, OG, but I disagree on that. We should just let a fellow white American just, you know what I'm saying, get eaten up by these degenerates, bro. If
Yeah,
anything, we
that's
should
fair.
no, hold on, bro. Now you're cutting about. We should lend out a helping hand, bro. As a fellow European, as a fellow Castizo, as a fellow whatever, güero, bro, whatever you want to, you know what I'm saying. We should,
Okay.
we could send out a hand, bro. Help them back up, bro, because they are getting fucking swallowed, bro.
This is where you see the influence of America on us. This is exactly pick me thinking. And Slayer, I'm not trying to make an example out of you. This is just the circumstances of life where you and I came to meet each other and have a discussion. All right, but this is the pick me mindset. We see Slayer is now trying to use Anglo lenses to describe an Hispano world. And what you don't understand is that those two worldviews are diametrically opposed.
Bro, you're talking like we're fucking aliens. We're Europeans, bro. We need to unite.
You're clumping Europeans together.
It's pan-European.
There isn't, but you see, okay, this
bro,
is
what didn't Hitler help out Spain, bro?
Okay. Buddy.
Nah, we ain't the same, bro. We're not Alemanes. We're not French. You know, we come from one certain line. And then over here, it's a mestizaje. You know, it's...
Bro, I don't know why you're muting me, bro. But go ahead.
Because
go ahead. I'll let OG got this.
So just to make it clear, you're saying, and I kind of agree with what you're saying. So you're saying that there is a concerted effort to bring back these archaic works back into the popular lexicon to initiate some sort of like racial conflict within an ethnic group.
No, I wouldn't say that. Oh, you're a smart fucking guy, Camacho. You're seeing where I'm getting at. I'm not saying that there's a concerted effort. I'm not saying that there's some genius in a lab coming up with this.
Or just coons coming out the roost.
Here's one thing. If you want to understand Anglo culture, you got to understand the difference between Anglos and Hispanos. I get it. Slayer is from Texas, and he's probably dealing with lower class whites. You know, these aren't the WASP elite. These aren't the guys from Yale, right, who are coming up with policy and the Center for.
Well, in every city there's a bourgeois, even in Houston, man.
Sure,
in every city there's a bourgeois.
There's also a national bourgeois, right? Exactly. So that's not who I'm talking about, and I would never say that. I mean, it's a human being is a human being. I'm not going to get out my DNA kit before I help out a human being who's legitimately needs my help. But I'm not going to help a man just to help him either. I'm going to help a man who's honest with himself. Right? I'm not just going to help him because he does pass a DNA test for me, for my liking. I need that man to be able to repent and say, you know what? Historically, when shit was on my side, I wanted to come take more of your land and your riches. Or I said, I basically treated you guys like
the easiest thing in the world is to criticize. The hardest thing to do is to build. That's what I always say.
Yeah.
But see, that's where you guys got the game fucked up, bro. You know what I'm saying? Because it's very ironic how you want to be pan-Hispanic or what do you represent? You know what I'm saying? You want to unite the people, but you're uniting them under the Madre Patria, which is Spain, bro. That's the thing that unites all people from Latin America, bro. So by you saying fuck Europe, fuck Spain,
no,
fuck Germany,
I never said fuck Spain. You see, here's where your historical ignorance comes in, because what you've already done is something against your Spanish heritage. By you clumping Spain into Europe as a civilization, you're already underselling your Spanish heritage.
The Roman Empire, bro.
Yeah, but the Roman Empire wasn't the Anglo Empire. Yes, you're right. Spain comes from the Roman Empire. Anglos and Germanics were looked at the way that whites look at blacks today by the Romans. They're not Romans.
The Holy Roman.
Wait. They're not Romans. You probably have at least a couple drops of Roman blood in you. This has been the debate on Twitter. We'll come back to this conversation later. But you, from your Spanish heritage, can lay claim to the Roman heritage of the Spanish. But Anglos can't. They're not related to them.
Well, what they do is that they claim the spiritual, like they clump all this stuff into the banner of the West, and they say that's what they say. They're like, because Rome was advanced and we're advanced, we inherit the quote unquote West, which is a catch all be all for civilized society. And that's how they get it.
Yes.
That's how they was kings, bro.
You see, here's the thing that you have to understand about Anglo culture. You have to understand the concept of alchemy. Anglos love alchemy. This is even before that they invited the Jews in to finance their empire, because before they financed their empire, they were pirates raiding our cities, our coasts, and stealing our ships. Until they invited in the bankers that we had kicked out 100 years before. So if you don't know this stuff historically, you're going to make huge mistakes and you're going to miss the real opportunity, Slayer.
Yeah, but how can you tell me that, bro? When Europe itself has always been united.
Europe. But you see, no, it hasn't. What are you talking about? You see, clearly you do not know your history.
No, bro. The Holy Roman Empire, the Nazis wanted to unite Europe, bro. So when you say,
with all due respect, I'm gonna encourage you to really dig into history before Napoleon. Because here's what I'm noticing, that a lot of people have this historical mindset that's basically arbitrarily starts with the Enlightenment and Napoleon. And this is crucial to understand. If you're really about understanding your Spanish heritage, then you have to understand what that did, not only to our countries, but to Spain itself. Now, don't take my word for it. There's extensive Spanish and Hispanic American, Mexican, Colombian academics who are talking exactly about what I'm talking about. You are clumping our civilization with theirs, and our civilization is not theirs. Their civilization is the one that's taken over the world, and that's the problem. If you don't see it that way, I understand, but you need to go invest some hours in.
But are you Catholic? Are you Catholic?
I'm Orthodox, so I'm Greek Catholic. I'm East Catholic.
Wow. So you're not even, you know what I'm saying, Roman Catholic. Bro.
Roman Catholic. I'm not a Roman Catholic.
So see that there's things.
How is that relevant to my discussion?
No, bro. I'm gonna make it relevant. There's things that you say, but your actions do not mean what you say. You know what I'm saying? You don't have the same traction. So you know what I'm saying? It's like a train. The train's falling apart, bro. Because I heard some information that even the woman you're dating is not of a Hispanic race. So when you say things that hold on, bro.
My wife is from Colombia, pendejo. She's a mulata.
Bro, hold on, bro. Who you think you're talking to, bro? Hold on, bro. Calm your bitch ass down, bro. I'll knock your bitch ass out, bro.
Now you're gonna call me a bitch. Exactly, dog. Whatever.
Bro, I'm just saying.
You ain't knocking nobody out. I don't care how much you've been in the boxing.
You're a fucking faggot. I'll beat the fuck out of you, fucking bitch, bro. Come to Texas, bro. Let's do these fucking hands.
I'll go to Texas,
fake ass pro-Hispanic piece of shit, bro. You're going to the fucking gas chambers, you fucking piece of shit. You're a fucking Jew, bro.
Don't throw in the towel like that.
You fucking Jew piece of shit, bro. I'm gonna break your fucking teeth in, you fucking Glenn Avery looking ass motherfucker.
Sure.
You fucking faggot. You better throw these fucking hands, bro.
Tell your boy to chill out.
265.
You know what I'm gonna throw?
Hold on, bro. 265, 3220.
I'm gonna throw a 357 slug in your fucking chest.
Bro, you're a fucking faggot. You're a fucking Jew.
Yeah, whatever, bitch. Whatever, bitch.
Fucking piece of shit, bro.
You ain't nothing.
Bitch ass Saudi.
You ain't nothing. Chill.
You sleeping with the enemy, bro.
Okay.
The enemy, bro. You sleeping with the enemy, you.
Slave.
Well, OG, you're the moderator. You're the.
You slayed him. No pun intended.
Yeah, that was,
bro.
Okay, so just so everybody understands, and this guy will come back and he'll listen to the stream. My wife is from Colombia. She's a mulata from Colombia. Okay, she's from La Costa del Caribe. She's from Santa Marta. My wife is a 10 out of 10 on anybody's scale. All right, she's a beautiful woman inside and out. So my wife is a mulata. You see, but you have to understand that maybe to her, you guys would think maybe she doesn't really look mulata, because my wife is very mixed. You know, my wife, her dad is half black, half Italian, and her mom is half Lebanese mestiza and half mestiza. So my wife is a.
So you're saying that your wife is your wife is like a broth, and you just put all the best ingredients. You know, you
She's
want
from Colombia.
not-
Come on, dog.
you want the black hips. You want the Lebanese olive skin. You want
Yeah, see,
the
Camacho's a smart fucking guy, dude.
Wait,
I'm telling you.
so what
Yeah.
happened with Slayer that he
I don't know. He tried to act like I married an African American girl or something, and then he got emotional and started calling me a Jew. But you know, let's give him a moment. Maybe he'll calm down and he can come back.
Maybe. I want to ask
I hope
Camacho,
he comes
is he
back.
your
I
friend?
Wait, hold on. Give me 1 sec. I hope he comes back because when people say shit like that to me, you know, I already know what city he's in, and he's stupid enough to talk some shit. Like, don't make the mistake. I got people too. I got brothers who live in Dallas, in Austin, in South Texas. So don't get stupid with me. You see this. You see why I wanted to nip this at the bud? Because if someone can't have a conversation with me, why am I going to waste my time? If somebody wants to get fucking crazy with me, I pack heat, motherfucker. What's up?
But Rancho, you more than anybody knows
and I got
that.
people with me like anytime, bitch. I don't give a fuck.
But you know that
Wait,
that
if
anybody
that's my
like that.
fucking day to die, that's my day to fucking die. But I'm gonna take your ass with me too, bitch. And my son will avenge.
Right, pero tú sabes que people like that move in silence anyways. So as soon as he hears something like that, that's as soon as you know that they're talking crap, you know?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right. I'll leave it at that. You're right. You're absolutely right.
But what strikes me is que, and maybe I'm wrong, I thought he came in with Camacho. Maybe they knew each other, and these dudes are day and night.
Do you guys know
man. So, you know, Hefe, you know, on the internet, Hefe's a troll, and he's real fucking funny. Like, it's all about rhetoric, and if you want to have a shit show, you put him on here, we can have a funny ass shit show. I mean, I got some clips, some of the biggest laughs I ever had was with this guy. And he's also really smart. But like I said, he's new to the right wing circle. You know what I'm saying? Like, what I see right now is that he has like the right wing Tourette's, where when you're first when you become first right, when you're like, oh my God, I gotta expose the Luciferians, I gotta expose the Jews, mom. Oh, but you just talk out of your ass, you bring it to the dinner table, and after you chill and you know analyze situation, then you start reading more, and you know it's not new to you. You get used to it. So just know who you're talking to. You know what I'm saying? But MXBC, we are a conglomerate of boxing fans, but we're also.
I know a lot of MXBC guys. They're in the group that I'm in too. I know.
I think you know Bay Area Hugo Sanchez.
Yeah, Hugo Sanchez. No, there's a few other guys too. There's 2 or 3 other guys. No, I understand that. And man, nothing personal. I understand sometimes people just get emotional and shit. This guy wants to come back and be cool. We could be cool. But if not, you know, I'm gonna remember when I'm in Dallas, Texas.
You should definitely have him back because he is a funny character and he will bring life to your show. But I think we have enough people now. But you can bring him back later on if he's still backstage.
Well, I think what I'm understanding from him is he needs much more homework. You know, he needs to understand his history. He can't understand himself as a man if he doesn't understand his history. You got to know your roots. You know what I'm saying? And that's really what I'm about here. You got to know your roots. And if you think you're going to deal with the world without knowing your roots, then that means you are a robot for somebody else.
You got to understand that people come to the right wing through different paths. People come through the religious path. People come from the economic path, the philosophical, historical. I think Hefek came from the religious path, you know. So it's just for so he has that filled out. He's got to fill in his blanks when it comes to history and stuff, you know.
Yeah. Well, then he needs to take a position to be learning and not fucking acting like he has an opinion to share. Because it's like, well, who the fuck are you? Where do you ground your opinion? Right? Why should I respect what you have to say? You won't even share your name. You won't share where you're. I mean, come on. How am I going to respect you as a man? Now I'm here acting like a man, and I expect people to talk to me like they're fucking men.
But Rancho, don't be too cordial and too serious on trolling, bro. Just move on, bro.
You're right. You're probably right, man. This is my Nicaraguan temper, man. That's all I can say.
You sound like a boomer right now, bro. Let's just have fun.
Rancho has that pit bull quality that when he grabs you by the neck, that's it. He won't let go.
You guys were talking about. I just got in, and I remember like 10 minutes ago, you guys were talking about the relation between Spain and Europe.
Yeah. Can you expand on that for us?
Yes, for sure. I think there always have been this. I think there are like some sort of like 2 Europes. Let's put it that way, right? I think Spain represents the old Europe. You know, so let's not say that Spain is not Europe, but Spain is the old Europe, or at least that's what it represented.
Yes, it's old Europe. Don't
Mhm.
clump because I would say that terms like white and West are Anglo copyrights, right? They control who's white this week and who's not.
No, so
And
yeah,
what the Pygmies are doing is that they're trying to vie for that spot. They're trying to be like, hey, Anglo man, throw us the white bone. They may not be doing this consciously, but that's what's happening, and that's what I'm calling out. Because it's easy to get on the Latinxer, but it's hard to see the Pygmy. And most of the time, if we're honest men, the Pygmy's inside us.
If I were to gamble, I would say that Slayer was not doing it consciously.
Yes, I don't think
That
so.
would be my bet.
That's why I'm not mad at him.
Well, in regards to that, there's a lot of authors of Spanish traditionalist thought, like people like Álvaro de Ors, people like Miguel Ayuso, even people like Gustavo Bueno, who is not quite a traditionalist, but he engaged in that debate. They recognize that when we say that when we're talking about like when we say Spain is not Europe, right? In this like very hyperbolic sense, we're referring to that Spain is not that Europe represents Luther, Europe represents the Enlightenment, Europe represents Erasmus Rotterdam, Europe represents liberalism, Protestantism. That's what Europe represents. You know what I mean?
And I think this guy Slayer is a Protestant.
I think he's Catholic because it seemed like he was upset that you were Eastern Orthodox.
No,
Like,
if he's not that there's anything specifically wrong with being Protestant, we can dig into that discussion. But it does affect people's worldview.
When I knew him, when I knew Hefe, his name's Hefe. When I knew Slayer, he used to call himself an unorthodox Christian, and then I let him know that you're actually a non-denominational Christian. But now that well, I consider myself a non-denominational Christian. If y'all want some beef up in here,
no, we can have that discussion another time. Please.
Yeah, I think I'm the most anti-Protestant out of everyone here.
Well, I'm anti-Protestant.
We'll see about that.
I'm also anti-Catholic, and I think that Orthodoxy is kind of a cope.
Let's say that we'll save the religion discussion for another time. The point that we're trying to establish here. Hold on, let Slayer in real quick because it looks like he came back in.
Yo, my bad, bro. You know what I'm saying? I just have to snap real quick, bro. As a Christian man, I want to apologize, bro. You know what I'm saying? I don't like to bring families into this, bro. Let's keep the conversation going, bro.
No. Hey, I just if we were in person, maybe we would have thrown some punches at each other. But I hope we could hug right now. I'm sending you an internet hug.
Yeah, bro. I just got done doing like 20 push-ups, bro. So I'm back, bro. Go ahead.
I can respect it. Okay, so the point that Haniel was expanding on was that you have to understand that there isn't a monolithic white and there isn't a monolithic West or Europe. I know from our American education, it may seem that way. But that's not the way it's worked historically, and that's not necessarily that. Put it this way: your Spanish ancestors wouldn't have viewed the world that way. They wouldn't have grouped themselves with these other people. They didn't view the world racially the way that America views the world racially. They viewed the world ethnically, and there's a subtle difference between ethnoi and race. Race is a Anglo-Germanic scientific designation, right? It's about blood quantum. And ethnicity, it's like an ethnicity. It's like your tribe, right? We understand that there is a bond of blood. Of course there is, to underline it at some point. But an ethnicity adopts people, right? Like when the Romans took over the Greeks, they adopted the Greeks, right? Does that make sense? I want to just make.
I think we all understand what you're trying to say. Although I would not. I mean, you have your person. You use your. You're very. I'm going to use this definition and fuck everyone else.
Yeah.
with the in sense of like ethno and the ethnic and all of that.
Well,
I think
I'm not making it up. I'm actually
No,
taking
no.
the definition from Max Weber and what's this Russian guy's name that I always quote? I
yeah,
forget,
you always
whatever.
quote, but I think more
Lev
than
Gumilev.
more than ethnically, I think it was more like a religious view, you know, like
Yeah,
your
well,
first.
that's part of it. You see, that's how you would define ethnoi, religious. The main difference between ethnoi and race is that the ethnoi is not about blood. They actually define it as the belief of these people that they come from this united experience, and keyword tradition with a capital T. And tradition implies religious worldview. And you have to understand that because of the Protestant Reformation, you had the Enlightenment come in, and from the Enlightenment came modernism. But if you go to a village in the hillsides of Mexico, you're going to see people still living the way that they lived before the Enlightenment, which was the peak of the Spanish Empire. That was the authentic Europe, the old Europe. And so if you're going to want to understand your roots, you're going to have to understand how your actual roots have been corrupted in this country. And now you're viewing the world with their glasses as opposed to with your own.
I think, yeah, as you said, the first way that you identified yourself in the past was by being Catholic, right? You didn't say, yeah, I'm Mexican. No, the first thing that you said is Catholic, right? And
who?
Just anybody.
Just in what we call in the Catholic monarchy in the Spanish Empire, it was like that. Then you probably identify yourself with your most your like nation. For example, Vizcaíno, I'm a Basque, or yeah, you know, or your indigenous nation. But like Catholicism was like what united, what give us a sense of civilizational unity, you know.
Carla, I would also say,
go ahead,
termina.
And in that civilizational unity, Ireland participated a lot. You know, I think that's an interesting point to make. But oh yeah, I think I lost my.
Go ahead, Inquisidor.
No, que I just wanted to, first of all, to agree with Carlos que it's true. Catholicism, or whatever your beliefs are, that's your number one ID, your religion. But number two, and I think big part of it, is your language. If you can't speak it, you are not it. Yeah. You know, that kind of does away with the Republicate problem, right? Because I don't speak Puerto Rican. If you see where I'm trying to go with this.
I think the question of language, I think I want to...
And logos also means language, you know. And
hold on, you guys. Pause.
Okay.
Let me just update the new guys, because there's probably new people listening, right? There's an episode where I go into this and kind of walk you through this understanding. It's called the Three Roots, and I understand that some people have mistaken this. The three roots of the Hispano identity are, I'm not using the race of white, Indian, and black. No, that's not what the three roots are. The three roots of Hispano identity are three things: Cristo Rey, right? And understanding the concept of Logos, because Christ is Logos incarnate. Okay, I'll leave it there. The second root is our Spanish language and heritage and legacy. Right, so it's in our blood on average. There's very few people who wouldn't have Spanish blood within Hispanoamerica as a whole. But it's our language. It is the uniting force. It is what came over here and united these vast lands and peoples into a great empire that was good for the people as it was for anything else. And what you're finding yourselves is that you're in an empire now who's crumbling, and it's never been good for the people except for the ones at the very top. But that's okay. We'll come back to that. And the third root is el mestizaje, right? El mestizaje is when the Spaniard came and he saw a really cute ass Indita and he's like, I'm a wife that. And then maybe he was on the islands and he saw a really cute negrita and he's like, all right, I'm gonna buy that, and then I'm gonna free it once I impregnated. Okay.
Now,
Wait, hold on. Hold on. Let me
I
just
want to go after you.
The third root of mestizaje. Okay, so the first root is fundamental worldview. The second root is what unites everybody, right? Within our countries and exponentially throughout the entire continent. The third root is very unique to everyone, even within our countries, right? So el mestizaje of Veracruz is different from el mestizaje de Sinaloa. And it's different from el mestizaje de la República Dominicana, and it's different from the one in Argentina, where you didn't even mix races on the Anglo definition of race, but you still mix amongst Europeans or other European ethnicities. So el mestizaje allows us to be different and celebrate that unique blood we have, because our native blood is what gives us legitimate. Not only does it give us better looks, more vigor, all that great stuff, but it's what gives us legitimacy to this land. We are a product of this land. And we are also a combination of the Med, of the Roman, of the Spanish. That's who we are, by blood and by people. And it doesn't mean that you have to be 50-50. You could be 100% Indio. That's not the point, because there's a metaphysical aspect to this. There's a literal definition, but there's a cultural understanding of the word as well. So like when we talk about we're gente mestiza, an Argentinian of green eyes and zero Indian admixture will still call herself that, because she's explaining herself culturally, right? We on the continent, our music, our food, our language, all that is changed by el mestizaje. Okay, so those are the three roots.
But
Cristo, language, mestizaje.
I wanted to. I think.
Wait, hold on, honey. Let me hear Camacho.
Wait, Rancho. You know the name.
Oh, Carlos. Sorry.
You know, the point of contention I want to bring is that
please.
What we're seeing right now in modern academia in America is that they have a narrative that there's a group of people and they are oppressed, and slowly but surely they fight for their rights. And so when you go to elementary school, the only real points that they emphasize are the American Revolution, which is, the British that were, the Americans who were oppressed by the British, they fought for their freedom. Then they skip so much history and they jump straight to the slavery, the Civil War.
Yeah, exactly.
And then you have the poor blacks, and they had to fight with the good whites to free them. Then they jump 100 years, they skip the Gilded Age, and they go straight to the Civil Rights Movement. The blacks, they weren't allowed to eat at the same table as you and I. They fought, and now they talk about modern era, which is the gays, the trans who aren't allowed to be who they are, and slowly but surely, that's the cycle that they teach. And so a lot of people, what I'm seeing right now, the narrative, and especially towards women, is that they say that, I'm Latina, but like my great ancestors were raped by white men, and so I'm like oppressed too. When in reality, that's probably not true. It was probably like a natural matrimony. But in order to attach themselves to the prevailing narrative in academia, that's what they tell themselves, and that's one of the ways that the American system just subverts Hispano. Being Latino.
La Hispanidad, yeah, absolutely. And you're very astute, because you've been able to point the sequence in a sense of these revolutions that have brought us here. And so then you basically just keep taking that back, and you're gonna see the ramifications of the Anglos having broken away from the church. When Henry broke away from the church, he not only broke away from the church, he broke away from basically Spain at the same time, because Spain, the Spanish Empire, was the vanguard of Europe. It was the flagship of Europe. Now, when Henry did that, that's fine. But then his daughter gets in, Elizabeth, who was a fucking hermaphroditic alchemist. This is
Bloody Mary.
This is around the same time. And I don't know the story about Bloody Mary. We'll get into those details. But the point about Elizabeth is that she was a witch and she was a hermaphrodite. And we all know how asexuality is very satanic. Okay, and now guess what? When Elizabeth is in power is when the Anglos put their first colony in the United States, which is called what? Virginia. But she's not a Catholic. She's not even a Christian. Why do you think she named the first colony Virginia after the supposed Virgin Queen, because it was a satanic inversion of the Virgin Mother of God. She is portraying herself as the Virgin now. This hermaphrodite.
Yeah.
If you guys want to follow this thread, look up John D 007. That was his code name. This was her chief spy. Okay, this is where 007 comes from. And this guy was a magician who went around Europe. Basically, he's like the prototype wizard. Okay, so then what happens after Elizabeth? You have Cromwell come in. And what does Cromwell do? Well, now he invites the Sephardic bankers into England, and they finance the English Empire. And to separate the United States from England, I think you're silly if you separate those things. Those are
especially early on, almost impossible.
Even today, those are two brands of the same holding company. Okay, like let's be frank with each other. If you don't understand that level of history, you're way behind, dude.
Yeah. Also, I wanted to discuss the question of language in our identity. I pretty much I'm a huge promoter of the Spanish language. I also think is fundamental for the promotion of us in an international scale. You know, more people speaking Spanish is going to serve us better, because if more people speak, there's probably going to be more science, more literature, maybe. But I don't think we can reduce the Hispanidad into the Spanish language, you know, because I'm thinking of Spain and all the regional languages that they have. I'm thinking of
Hold on, let me explain that. That's a good point.
Catalonia.
Because when I say Spanish language, I just use it as a fill-in, right? What I'm really talking about is our Spanish heritage.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and obviously, and again, this is a fill-in. But that's the point. It's not just our language, it's our heritage. It's the worldview.
But the language is important. But because without a language, how are you going to read?
We're just gringos. We're brown gringos. And the irony here, we are speaking English because we're trying to reach an audience that is accustomed to using English in everyday language.
But I think you can be culturally Hispanic, not necessarily speak Spanish and speak English. You know,
but we should encourage the use of Spanish and the preservation and
because
the education.
Our sons are in Spanish.
Well, Camacho brought up a super important point, because he said basically U.S. history is George Washington, Abe Lincoln, Martin Luther King. And now it's
Ocasio-Cortez,
George Floyd,
Lady MAGA, George Floyd,
Lady MAGA. Now it's Lady MAGA. That's perfect, actually.
No, I think Hispanics are.
Wait, but you see, you have to understand. Let me just touch this point. That's the problem with Hispanics, is that we are getting educated not by our own selves, but by our historical enemies who still hold animosity towards us. It's on a civilizational level, maybe not personal, maybe not my white neighbor, right? Who converted and is a Catholic or whatever, or maybe he's not even Anglo. He might be Irish and some other shit, right? And I'm not talking about your everyday Joe Schmo. I'm talking about from a civilizational worldview, culture. There's a culture clash between the Anglo world and the Hispano world. And you can try to harmonize them, but you can't serve two masters. Eventually, one is going to have to overwrite the other. And the opportunity for Hispanos is to reaffirm and reestablish our cultural paradigm, our civilization.
I got a question, bro. Does that also include the Germanic people?
Yeah, because it's not racial. So I'll give you an example. We have Germans in Nicaragua.
Oh, wait. What's the deal with Germanics? Like, what's the deal with them?
He just asked the question if it includes people. So
if it includes, but he said like Germanic. So like, what's the deal with Germanics?
Oh, you want him to define Germanics? Yeah. What do you mean?
Well, I'm speaking specifically about the Nazis.
So what are you talking about, dude?
Yeah. What about them?
Are they included, bro?
No, I think we should be Germanophobic. That's we're Hispanic. Yeah. We're Germanophobic. We should be Germanophobic.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Why aren't we
Why are we
the same
hating
battle
on
they're
this guy,
fighting,
by the
bro?
way?
Wait. No, let him talk. Let him talk. What were you saying?
Why aren't
Vladimir.
we fighting? What?
No, I
Why
don't
are we-
disagree with Hefe. I disagree with Vladimir. Or yeah.
Yeah, why aren't we fighting the same battle that they're fighting? We're all fighting the same battle.
Okay,
I don't
so
really
when
think it's an Anglo
Yeah.
or whatever we're talking about. Oh, well, that might be true because Anglos are kind of cooks, but the
Yeah,
Germanic
well-
Third Reich, bro, they
Hold on,
were
hold on.
fighting a similar battle. But go
I
ahead.
mean, I kind of feel sympathy
yeah,
for the Germanics because they're getting flooded, bro. They're getting flooded by Muslims and
Yeah, exactly.
Africans.
How did it work out for them? You know,
But
how
what
did
he's trying to say is that the Third Reich was the last implicit stance against a complete globalization.
But it was clearly a bad stance. Hitler took a tremendous L. There wasn't a woman in Germany who wasn't raped, no matter her age. I mean, those people have shot themselves.
How did
in
he
the
take
foot.
an L, bro? If his legacy still lives,
What
Like the
legacy?
dude today.
What are you talking
What are
about?
you talking about?
Dude, do you know what happened to Germany? Do you see what Germany's at today?
Yeah, but I'm talking about what Hitler left behind, bro.
I
He left the blueprint.
understand what you're trying to say, but
Wait,
that
wait,
blueprint-
wait. I think yeah, but understanding doesn't mean encouraging or supporting.
Because you know what I want to say when
I'm
I
speaking on
I don't just think
historical
about Hitler and the actual empire and the actual military. I also think about German idealism. I think of Hegel. I think of I think of a lot of the philosophy where I think
Yeah,
I
but
think
what's the
that's
deal? What's the deal with German idealism? German idealism there's an ideological imperialism of German idealism in the Spanish, especially in Spain, that is detrimental for Spain. I mean, just as the French ideology is detrimental for Spain.
That's
So-
the thing.
so-
So I think let me just come back to Slayer's question. I would put a bookmark there, and what you have to try to understand is like what Hispano civilization is, because kind of what you're doing without noticing it is that you are projecting, whether you notice it or not, Germanic Anglo values.
Marx is Marx is
Wait,
German.
wait. On
Sure
on an
about that.
Hispano
Marx is
world.
German idealism.
I disagree.
You-
I think this guy's completely
you're-
wrong.
Wait, what specifically?
This guy Vladimir, I wouldn't like in a broader sense, maybe, but I wouldn't lump up, Karl Marx with Schopenhauer or Hegel or any of those guys to be exactly the same, or I wouldn't do that.
Why not? I mean, Marx is just Hegel but flipped. That's pretty much it. It's German idealism but flipped.
Hold on, you guys. Let's focus on Slayer because he's the one who asked the question. Let's not get into tangents about German idealism. I want to better understand your question. Are you saying like here? I'm gonna give you the answer.
What I'm
gonna
saying,
give
bro,
you-
I'm gonna say it simple. They gave us a blueprint. Instead of doing I'm all good like for I'm saying pro Hispanic or whatever, all the history of Spain and how it comes back to us.
What
but
did they? Well, they gave
Germany
us a
did it
blueprint
best,
for
bro.
what? No, they didn't.
Germany did it best.
They lost. They're losers.
Germany is efficient. Just
Wait,
like
wait.
Yeah,
their
the
vehicles,
Spanish
they're
smashed.
efficient, bro.
Excuse me, the Spanish defeated a German Protestant army and Swedish army in the Battle of Nord-Linden. We're superior to them. They're barbarians. They're savages. They lived in mud huts when our people had cities. So don't come with me about the Germans have a blueprint. They're a bunch of losers. Fuck them.
Nine.
I agree with fuck Germany. I agree with that.
They're
sentiment, but
barbarians.
I wouldn't go that far to say like barbarians or yeah.
They're women only good to have our babies.
Or just to talk about
Hey,
some
that's
Who's this guy,
historical
Mr.
thing
Spain
going
over
on.
here?
But I think
I'm a real Hispanista.
Germany has been detrimental. I mean, I value. Germany has
Bro, are you even
philosophical.
Castizo, bro? What are you?
I think
Wait.
Germany has. Germany
Don't open
has.
that can of worms anymore, man. I wanna
Germany-
go to-
Germany
What
has
are
an
you, Alex?
Germany has an importance in
That's what I
terms of
thought, bro.
history, in terms of philosophy, especially. But at the same time, I think Germany is basically the figurehead of the European Union that is oppressing Spain.
But he's not talking about President Germany. He's talking about.
I mean, but
Nazi-
the past Germany,
The
all
Third
Germany,
Reich, bro.
every
The
time-
Third
every
Reich. I'm
time-
speaking
Pagan and
specifically about the Third
anti-Christian.
Reich.
Fuck them.
Yeah. So what about the Third Reich that overlaps with any of the ideas that
Wait,
of
wait.
our
They did it
Expelling
the
the small
best.
heads.
They almost finished the job, bro. If it wasn't for
Every
fucking
every
the UK
time.
or whatever.
They were built on a lie of a master race when they're nothing. They're
Wait, you guys. Slayer, did you smoke weed today, Doug?
Yeah, bro, a little bit. But
I
that's
can
not the
tell.
issue, bro, because I'm saying
You're
solid points.
crazy with these thoughts. What blueprint, dog? Blueprint for what? That they almost took care of the Jewish question? Do you understand why he couldn't take care of the Jewish question? Because it's not a Jewish question. It's a Judeo-Anglo-Masonic question. That's where you're wrong, and that's where the blueprint didn't work.
And
Because
he
it's
was
not
no
just
pagan.
Jews. It's a combination. You see, so I gave you guys some historical context. Henry VIII broke away from the Catholic Church and at the same time broke away from the Spanish Empire or from influence from the Spanish Empire, right? That broke apart the civilization known as Europe or Western Europe. Okay, then after him, you had his hermaphrodite witch wizard daughter established. Basically, that's the birth of the United States, Queen Elizabeth. And then you had Cromwell come in and he invited all the Sephardic bankers that our king and queen of Spain kicked out when the Reconquista happened. So,
bro, but
that,
my main,
wait. Hold on, Papi. Give me 1 sec. The combination of these things created the world that Hitler was trying to destroy. What Hitler didn't realize is that that world had also gotten stuck in his heart, in his eyes. He was a product of that same world. And so his solution to that world wasn't the actual solution. He read the problem wrong because he didn't understand himself. Why? Because he comes from the Protestant Reformation. He came from Northern Europe. He didn't come from the Mediterranean. He didn't come from old Europe, like where your ancestors came from and my ancestors came from.
And
so now, wait, let me just get one last point. So now what you're doing without realizing it, kind of like Hitler, is that you're reading the problem wrong because you're actually reading yourself wrong because you don't understand your Hispano ancestors, and it's not your fault. It's a reflection of.
It's not about being Hispanic, bro. It's bigger than being Hispanic. It's about it's about good versus evil, bro. More than anything, it's about
every time Germany wakes up.
Hold on, bro. It's about saving Europe, bro. It's bigger than being Hispanic. Yes, I'm glad to be Hispanic and whatever, bro. But it's bigger than that, bro.
It sounds to me like you should just become European. You should join that ethno.
No, bro, because I'm Castizo, bro.
As the Nazis, they want you. You know,
the only Europeans I care about is Spain and Italy. That's it. Fuck the.
Okay, guys. Stop.
No,
that's a bad
what I
take.
wanted to say is,
I swear.
Go ahead. So we're mentioning Germany and the focus on Germany. But there was also the Axis power, Rome, Italy, Mussolini, and there was Tokyo. And what we seem to focus on is on Germany. In this dialogue we're having right now.
I just want to say that every time Germany like saca su cabeza, every time Germany do something affirmative of their nationality, they fuck up Europe.
But I like it, man. I like that they actually tried.
With Luther,
yeah, they tried, bro. Like,
they destroyed the unity of Europe. With also with the First World War, also
Okay, yeah. We get. Look, hold on. You're going too far.
And beat them. Keep that in.
No, fuck.
But that's a problem, bro. You guys are not thinking as.
I'm gonna have to kick you guys out, man. Seriously, come on. I want to let you guys in. I know you guys have valuable input, but either let's use the chat or we're gonna have to figure this out. I'm gonna have to start kicking people out. I don't want to be talking over each other, fellas. Cater to your audience right now. Slayer and Camacho are our audience. Like, understand it from their point of view, from their moment in their own personal lives. Camacho brought up an excellent point that what we're taught in America, in history, in the United States, is George Washington, Abraham Lincoln, MLK. We Hispanos don't control our own education, right? the Chinese, the Russians, the Jews, they have their own schools. At the very least, they on the weekends they go to Chinese school and they learn how to read and write in Chinese, and they learn about Chinese history and civilization. The Russians do the same. The Jews do the same. How come the Mexicans don't do the same? How come the Hispanos don't do the same? So
Rancho, it's funny.
that's a
The
huge problem.
only Latino figurehead they talk about in academia is Cesar Chavez, because he's another rights worker.
We don't know our history. We've lost our roots. We've lost our roots, man. And I'm trying to. Here's the blessing, you guys, is that our roots are still alive. And this is the problem that the Anglos are having with Hispanos. And I'm not just making this up. Ask Ann Coulter. Ask the elite watch. Okay. They understand that the real struggle here in this world is precisely, more than anything, the Mexican immigrants. Because they understand that these people go back to their countries and they feed culturally from that old world culture that is explicitly opposed to the Anglo establishment. You see,
I would say that they're just as easy as subvertible, though, especially from firsthand experience, and especially the women.
But women will always be submissive, so we got to understand that point of view. You know what I'm saying? Just like
the men are
any other civilization.
Look what happened.
And the men are too, actually.
Look what happened.
Those are cucks, bro.
What happened this year, you guys? What did you see? The guy in New Mexico. The guy in New Mexico who shot the white Antifa kid over a statue. There was a Mexican guy who shot a white guy. You saw the guy with the chainsaw in South Texas stop a bunch of Antifa. You saw the Mexican gangs in Chicago and the Puerto Rican gangs in Chicago basically close up shop, protect their neighborhoods. You saw the same phenomenon from Dominican gangs in New York. You saw a Mexican dude or a Hispanic dude come out of his car in Portland and start shooting at protesters. I mean, it's all even the Kyle Rittenhouse kid supposedly is partly Hispanic. So it's the Hispanics putting in the work. Why?
But it's bigger than Hispanics, bro. It's the ideology that a lot of these people are feeding to, bro. Which is hold on, bro. Which is the Third Reich, bro? The Third Reich was the last.
Bro, what the fuck?
You're misreading. Bro. You're misreading yourself. You are taking. You're basically adopting Germanic values and worldview.
No, bro. It's not about adopting, bro. It's we need to know that we should have been fighting next to them. So this is our opportunity to fight next to them, bro.
Whoa!
What are you
bro? They hate Christianity, dude. Wake up.
You remember the Zimmerman telegraph, bro? That it was sent to Mexico, bro.
Yeah, those were Who?
Well, that's happening right now, bro.
You
know what I'm saying?
Where's that? Where's the submarines gonna come from?
Bro, I'm not saying that, bro. I'm talking about a cultural war, bro. You know what I'm saying? War.
Yeah, and who was Hitler?
We need to unite. We need to unite with Europe, bro. It's bigger than Spain. It's bigger than Spain, bro.
Europe.
I mean, something kind of similar is happening in Europe that it's happening in Latin America, like especially with the DR and Chile, where you're seeing a lot of Haitian migrants.
Yeah. Vladimir, you want to bring that up? Let me just wrap up real quick with Slayer. I mean, I just think you have a misread on yourself, on the culture, on history. I think you need to go back, keep reading. I mean, that's all I could really say. Like, keep digging in and like really try to understand the moment, the context.
But we gotta unite as white men, bro. That's why.
But you're not white. Say. You're not white though.
Bro, I'm Castizo, bro.
I think you guys, don't. I think. Come on, guys. This is hold on. So the point I want to make.
Go ahead, Camacho. Go ahead.
The point I want to make is that we all bring valid points. That number one, the Hispano needs to know his heritage, where he comes from spiritually too, right? I feel like once there's a unity, and once people know what they are, who they are, and become who they are, once we have that unity, and once we understand that, then we can start looking at other cultures, other philosophies, just to get a little bit of inspiration. Eastern philosophy is cool. A lot of people hate on German, but I like aspects of German philosophy. Sure. I like aspects of German ideas.
I like Bach.
I
like Mercedes.
We don't need them.
And BMW.
And we got Mr. Big Conquistador. I'm ready for the next conquista. That's cool, bro. But I'm talking about practical shit.
I'm being practical. We don't need barbarians. We had an empire that lasted 300 years without the need them. They should be under us.
Look at Spain. Spain is one of the faggiest countries in Europe, if not the faggiest. So if you want to be a fag, be a fag.
Hey, Mexico ain't far behind, brother.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like, instead of going back and just being conservative, just looking back and being a purist, why don't we build something new, man? Much like how the Greeks looked at the Minoans, got inspired, and built their civilization.
Guys, okay, one sec. Camacho, you're absolutely right. But key is understanding ourselves. And I think we can all at least agree that there's an effort of re-education that we need to commit to as grown men if we want to really be respectable, well-rooted, grounded men, specifically by the others, right? By Anglos, by Chinese, by Japanese, by whoever you're dealing with. You want to be respected. And the way you're respected is by having firm roots, understanding yourself, your ethnicity, your culture, the people you come from, what led to your genesis as an individual. You want to understand that. And the problem is Hispanics don't have that education. So we could at least agree to that. Now, I want to go back to Slayer a little bit here because I keep telling him he's not German, and his answer to me was that he's Castizo. Here's the irony, Slayer, that you see, you're applying racial categories to an ethnic world, and this is the big misread between Anglos and Hispanos because we just operate different. Race operates differently in Hispanoamerica. Somebody's breathing heavily as fuck. Put your shit on mute. Anyways, God damn it, I lost my thought.
The difference between Anglos and Hispanos, you're saying that it's more ethnic, whereas in
he's applying racial categories to an ethnic worldview, culture, civilization that just it operates differently. But he feels maybe it's the stuff you're listening to, but what you're doing is you're applying your historical enemy. You're applying the people who eventually become gay, like you see Germany today. Like, remember how Camacho pointed out?
It's not the Germans, bro. It's not the Germans. You already know it's not the Germans pushing that agenda, bro. You already know who it is, bro. I don't know how many times I gotta keep on telling you, bro.
I know, but
They ain't alone.
Dude. But you separate
the plank hierarchy is gonna apply to Latin America as well, because let's be real, they hate Christianity, and the thing about those countries,
and that's what I'm saying. Hitler was pro-hate Christianity, bro.
No, he wasn't.
I think the Haitians have enough power to invade Latin America.
Yeah, they do with
Hitler
the
was a
power of their
pagan.
wombs.
Oh, guys, I don't want to.
Hitler was pagan.
You know how many kids they have? Like 4. So
Okay,
it would be
so,
like
Vlad, give me 1 second. So Slayer, I'm gonna have to leave it here with you because I want to get to Vlad's questions. We can keep the conversation going, man. Feel free.
Well, I'm a bounce, bro. But let me just say this, bro. I would love to continue this conversation on your Discord, bro. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna message you through Discord so we could continue this conversation probably later on or something, bro. I got some questions, but appreciate for having me on, bro. I'm out. Peace.
Yeah, peace.
All right, so what I was saying, like, they're pushing a lot of things in Latin America. Like, do you guys remember that Honduran caravan from 2018, I believe?
Hey, can I interject asking you where you're from?
El Salvador.
Oh, okay.
Give me 1 second, man. Fuck.
Yeah, I mean,
Right,
those
continue.
caravans were obviously planned. It's not natural that that's just going to happen on midterms, to be exact. So they have an agenda. And you see
But they were
issues
coming to the U.S., not to.
Yeah, but they caused a lot of
There,
issues.
tell us what happened. You were in Salvador, so you could tell us the 911, the 411, really.
No, I was here. I was in the U.S. I just saw it on the news.
I mean, so what? It's the U.S. It's not us.
But it would be interesting to know
It
about
created
people
a
on the
lot of
ground.
conflict between the Hondurans and Mexicans on the south of the border. And there's also issues with the Venezuelans, I believe, on Peru.
Okay. I'm back. Sorry about that. Sorry, Vlad. Can you
There's issues
go ahead and throw your question at me?
So I was saying, Like the idea of unity sounds great, but I don't think it would work. Like, how do you plan to do it? How do you plan to unite a bunch of nations that? I mean, they
I
share a
don't
lot of
have
things
a
in common.
yeah. I don't necessarily have a plan. Like I don't know, I'm not about that. Like here's the snapshot that needs to be understood by men of our generation. If you took a demographic snapshot of the Americas, north and south, you would see that there's, if you include Brazil, there's 700 million quote unquote Hispanos / Latinos, Iberios. I just like using Hispanos because Brazilians are just Hispanos with a funny accent. There's 700 million of us, and there's about 175 million whites. And this includes fucking like Somalis and shit. Okay, guess what? The US Census doesn't even consider Spaniards white. Okay, so here where we go about white being arbitrary, where homie Slayer, feels like he's German because he's Castizo. Dude, I'm probably more German. It's not about race, like there's gonna be real Germans who are Hispano Germans, right? They might have 100% German blood, but they're Hispano. They're part of the ethnicity, the ethnoid, the culture, the civilization. So I don't have a plan, Vlad, to answer your question. I'm just understanding the demographic moment. 700 million, 150 million. The average age of the Hispano is in his 20s. The average age of the white guy is in his 50s. Okay, so for every one white guy in his 50s, there's 4 Hispanos in their 20s.
Do you look at this through a us versus them lens?
No, not from a personal. No, I'm talking about civilizational, cultural.
Because if I ever if God ever asked me, would you do what you can to preserve the Anglo civilization or the Japanese civilization, which is fading? I would say yes, because so much for them so much value that they give to the world.
Well, I think your values are warped a little bit because, and maybe we just have a misread, but the products of the world around us, not just the material products, but the social, cultural, the Anglo world is in decay. And what Slayer is going to do, he's going to say, oh, it's the Ugandans' fault. And I will answer him with a very good quote from Codreanu Corneliu, who was a Romanian fascist or nationalist, who basically, in other words, says a country has the Jews it deserves, just like, dirty ponds or something create diseases for people. It's like it's the corruption in humans that give these.
OG, I don't want to. I'm going to rudely interject you, but I want to give up the act. But I gotta tell you that Hefe, he's got a troll. But so don't put too much contention into what he has to say. But I will also tell you that you should invite maybe like a white nationalist or a Wigger nationalist or someone.
I do. There's an
argue these things in good faith with vigor and
yeah.
And conviction.
I had that episode. You can go on my YouTube and see it. It's
Oh, I'm a newbie. I'm sorry, bro. You know what?
No, that's cool.
Let me get my licks, bro.
Yeah, the one. It's called the One Struggle. But for the audience, the One Struggle podcast. You'll see it on there. I talked with Matthew Heimbach. If you know who Matthew Heimbach is.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's
I love arguing white nationalists.
Well, there's different types of white nationalists, to be honest. There isn't a monolithic one. I feel like there's like two principally. But anyways, back to Vlad's question. So again, let's look at the demographic snapshot. 700 million, 150 million. These fools are 50. It's just one of them. And there's 4 of us and we're in our 20s. And what you've seen this year is more and more of this dynamic kind of explode. Now, as we grow into men and we start forming families, which me as a 32-year-old, I'm already have 1 foot in that door. You guys are a little bit younger. You're coming in right behind me. You're gonna start thinking family-wise. You might come to some spiritual understanding of yourself as a man, and be able to view yourself critically. But what you're gonna realize is that this culture is rotten. It's rotten from the beginning if you know the history of it. And this is what we're viewing around us today: is the rottenness of the culture. Yeah, it does produce iPhones, but it also produces what's that guy's the little tranny kid? Desmond is amazing or some shit.
Mhm.
It also produces Lady Maga. And now Camacho, what's happening? That culture is penetrating our countries. And guess
Well,
wait. And guess who's sending NGOs to work this cultural war in our countries? Well, it's the same government that has been fighting with us and forcing us to have become working class migrants in the first place by destroying our economies, by fomenting endless conflict. This is a matter of policy on behalf of the Anglo elite, Jews notwithstanding. So you see, this is why our boys here, his read, again, I understand it's a joke, but this is a prominent read. His read is wrong. This is Andy's read. This is the way Andy reads the world, if you know him, Chivo.
You know, the imperfect timeline that I would give you is that, you know, you had Judaism, then it went to Christianity. And then you had the rise of Christianity, and then you had the Romans who subverted Christianity and established the Roman Catholic Church as a way to subvert the real Christianity. And then the Roman Catholic Church got corrupted, and then you had Martin Luther, who had legit, grievances and indulgences against the church because it was corrupted. Chill. Let me finish.
Let him talk.
Let me finish.
Go ahead.
All right. Listen to something you disagree with, and then you can comment on it. And then what I say is that although he had like a correct criticisms of the Catholic Church, his solution was to make it to focus on the legalistic side of Christianity instead of the spiritual, and sort of the religion, like the true religious side of it.
Yeah.
And so with him, it's like he focused on the rules, the legalese, the thou shalt not, and that's what led to liberalism.
Yeah.
Because if you could just argue rules and laws, you can work the laws into like
that's kind of the read that North or quote unquote Western Europe would have. But you would have to understand, and there's a really good book called España Frente. Man, somebody's got a mute, dog. España Frente a. No, it's okay. España Frente a Europa. And in that book, he basically explains to you how Europe as an entity, an idea, an identity was built precisely to go against and topple and destroy the Spanish Empire, culture, and civilization.
I will read that. I've never heard of that book. What's it called again?
España Frente a Europa, Gustavo Bueno.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that part of what we're doing is we're trying to kind of translate a lot of that stuff and make it available in English, or at least talk about it. But what your basic view of history is what Anglos would teach you. Yeah, that's correct. And that's kind of what I'm saying is the problem. And again, let's take it back to our demographic opportunity. Let's try to connect it back to Vlad's question here. If you understand the demographic opportunity, and I mean, as a man, I got to set something up for my son, right? I got to set something up for my son and my grandson. Like this, God is giving me this opportunity, this life to set something up for my children. I got to go plant some olive trees, right? That I won't be able to enjoy the olive oil from, but my grandsons will, right? So as Hispanos come into this age, as they come into this understanding and they see, well, all these people are degenerate. They're all old. They're a bad, again, there are a couple next door who's fucking beating each other up again. They're always drama. They're always noisy. They always take shit. Their kids are a bad influence on our kids. Well, I need these people to move the fuck away from me. I need this spirit, this culture to move the fuck away from me. Now, I don't mind a biracial American couple coming to live next to me. And that's not what I'm saying. But if the culture is rotten, then yeah, I'm gonna mind. Now, if they kind of repent from that culture and perhaps adopt a more Hispanic culture, then maybe we can program and we can work together. And I don't have a problem. But so this is the demographic moment. I think Hispanos are going to become much more assertive, confident. I think one of the things about pygmies that I notice is that, especially you notice this more in the Southwest with the Mexican immigrants, because they're coming more from working class, right? Mexico's elites staying in Mexico. But they don't have, they're more working class, they're more peasant class, so they don't have that confidence, they don't have that assertiveness. They feel that in order for them to progress in life, they need to become Anglos or gringos, or they need to adopt this worldview, these value systems, that is all about money, essentially. What brands are you buying? But that's not the world of that hillside town in Mexico, where our parents were forced to leave because of an Anglo trade deal that fucking, tumbled the price of corn, where I can't compete with cheap American subsidized imported corn that's full of GMOs. And now I got to immigrate to the north to go work as a carpenter.
My only contention, and I want you to keep going after I'm done with this. But my only contention to what I'm saying is that, and this is going back to the religion part. I'm not a Protestant. I'm not a Protestant. I'm also not a Catholic. What I was saying is that Martin Luther had good grievances against the Catholic Church, because I don't think there should be a universal church. And but I'm saying that Protestantism was not the right solution to it. And I got these. I think none of this was taught to me. I just conclusions I came from, just studying Christianity.
Sure.
Well, that was the whole purpose of the Council of Trent, that we did acknowledge that Luther had some points.
I think this is a very important discussion that I've kind of been saving in my back pocket, because I know it's a really good one. And so I want to expand on religion, and I want to unpack all that, because again, you shared with me a historical viewpoint that you essentially were taught in school here. And so it would make sense for someone to view history that way.
Are you talking about religion, or are you talking about when I talked about civics?
Oh, religion and history, because they're intertwined. They're intertwined. So I'm talking about both. But let's save that discussion, because I feel like it's really good, and I feel like a lot of people, are you familiar with Jesse Lee Peterson, Camacho?
You bet you. That's amazing. Yeah, they're talking about the black guy. He's pretty funny.
Yeah, he's kind of a non-denom guy that I know personally, and I do
you love white people?
He's not a theologian, but I do appreciate some of his message and all that. I have respect for people.
Well, I like the fact that he looks at religion through an instinctual level.
Yeah, me too. I gotta respect it. Again, I'm not looking at him like a theologian,
but the conclusions that he brings from him are pretty good, because he uses his instincts.
Yeah. No, I think it's cool. But let's save the religious topic for another. We'll save a specific episode for that. I want to go back to answering Vlad's question, because Vlad is the one who asked the question. So understanding the demographic moment, I think naturally what's going to happen, Vlad, is that all the Hispanos, especially in the United States, because here we're all mixing, we're all vibing with each other, we're all working with each other, starting businesses together, doing whatever the heck, right? And you're saying that we're also going back to our countries with our money, with our skills, and building up businesses, buying lands. Right. So I think there you're going to see an interesting phenomenon. And what you're seeing now is that this is a topic of discussion in Hispanoamerica. Many people are talking about this, right? Like it seems like it's kind of like a movement. You could definitely make the case academically, but you're seeing it online. You're seeing it on social media. People are engaging with this. So I unfortunately don't have this master plan. I'm not worried about a master plan. I'm specifically worried or focused on the men of our generation and making sure that they're equipped to do precisely what they're called to do as men, which is start families and be protector, providers, and pastors over them. Because I think that the automatic result of that happening is everything God's willing to happen. I mean, we don't have to come up with this magical scheme of La Patria Grande and all that. Like, let nature take its course. At the end of the day, we can't worry about these fantastical schemes. All you can really worry about is your personal life as a man. So, are you lazy? Are you living at home with your mama? Do you have a skill? Like, I understand you might be in college, but can you cut some wood? Can you work on a car? Can you use your hands to provide for your family? Right? Are you mature enough to do what you have to do and take a wife and start a family? That's what I'm concerned about. My my thinking is that you put the ingredients together at the right time in the right place, and things just happen automatically. You don't. I mean, I'm not saying there's no place for strategic thinking.
Hey, Rancho, man, I like you, bro. You're. Are you me in the future, bro?
Are you a believer?
I feel like you're me.
Are you a believer? Testify, brother.
Bro, it's just I hate it when I talk to these big brain motherfuckers and they just attach themselves to abstractions like, oh, I'm a communist, I'm a libertarian, anarcho, whatever, and I'm just like, you're a fucking retard, I like practical shit, man, dude. Hey, bro, you're getting lost.
Bro, let me know. You're getting lost in books. You're getting lost in books. That's what those guys are doing. And I understand there's a time and place for that. I'm not saying that there isn't a time and place for political thought, right? But the people who need to develop. Here's the thing: we need to develop an elite. Before we ever get to anything, we need to develop a new elite, right? Because the old elite comes from these little criollo in the context of Hispanoamerica, these little criollo elites, and criollo is not necessarily a racial term anymore. They're just kind of the jet setters. It could be Indio criollos too. But you have these elites who basically come from the New World merchants who conspired and sadly broke our empire apart, and at the same time stuck a knife into old European civilization and culture. And because of that,
what do you mean when you say Creole?
Criollo were like Simón Bolívar, the Spaniards who were born on the continent, right? Like there's Spaniards.
So a bourgeois white person.
Yes, there you go. A bourgeois DF, fresita, who goes to Miami for a vacation and goes to Disney World with their kids, and so those are the elites of our countries. And these people don't know how to manage our countries because we've just been taking L's for 200 years. We've lost land. We've lost resources. Anytime a leader rises up and tries to work a program that might help lift its country up, what happens? He gets cancer or a coup.
Hey, Rancho, have you ever talked to these criollos? Because I think I know what archetype of people you're talking about.
Yeah, I do.
They're real feminine. They're real feminine ass motherfuckers,
Not all criollos. I'm criollo. I'm not a fag. But look, Camacho.
He's talking about class. He's talking about class.
I don't know, bro.
I'm with you, Camacho.
No, Camacho, real quick. Something I want to circle back to what you said that I think is important about education. You know what the American education system has done to Hispanos? It's produced people like AOC or Ted Cruz. Right. That's what it's done.
The pick me or the Latinxer.
Yo, Rancho, I think this guy wants to enter your live Castroist, I believe.
Oh, Angela. Yeah. So, Vladimir, tell me about you said you're from El Salvador?
Yeah. What do you want to know?
Are you in El Salvador or are you in...
No, I'm here in the U.S.
I just want to know more. I just want to understand who I'm talking to. Oh, okay. You're from the East Coast, West Coast, 20s, 30s?
Wisconsin.
Oh, okay.
You're a refugee,
okay.
huh?
I think maybe we have exchange. We are refugee. Somalian?
No, you probably are a refugee because a lot of Salvadorians, they apply for refugee in Canada and
no, I already became a citizen.
Midwest.
I enlisted in the army. That's how I got my citizenship.
Sick, dude.
That's cool.
Nice, man. Yeah, so Vlad, that's my question to you. I don't have a specific plan. I don't worry about a specific plan. I think we just need to come of age, and we as an ethnoid are coming of age, right?
I mean, I agree with everything you say.
Just to contextualize you real quick, we're the third biggest ethnic group in the world.
That's crazy.
Right? After the Chinese and the Indians. But why then why are we in this position where we're like, oh, can you accept me, Anglo? Like, nah, nigga, your fucking system doesn't work. This is your beef. This is your problem. You brought it upon yourself. Now, if you want to repent and you say, like, you know what, hey, let me try some of what you're doing, neighbor Noel. Well, dale, arráncale. There's carne for everybody. You know what I mean? But
I want to piggy up off of what you were saying earlier, Noah, and what Alex addressed about the educational system. So, it seems like we have AOCs and Ted Cruz's that are being made in the context of what America has to offer. But Noah, you mentioned Jews and Chinese people have school. The Jews I know that have schools, it's their Hebrew religious school. In America, in the United States, we have Jesuits, but even those fail. And the biggest threat for jam culture, let's say, right, would be Hispanos, right, focusing on themselves to get trades, to not be the permanent underclass that they would want, so they can stay in power. Because obviously the demographic change, it would result in in impacts if we do it right.
I mean, the Cubans do it all the time. Like they got Florida on lockdown.
You see why? Because the Cuban immigrants come from all classes of Cubans, whereas let's just say the Mexican or Central American immigrants, but mostly because in the Southwest it's just mostly Mexican. It's more working. So what you have to understand is that the United States stole Mexico's working class. Okay, just like it takes Mexico's oil and the Spanish banks are gypping Mexico for their banks and all this shit. The United States through NAFTA took Mexico's working class from it, so it can pat its own pockets. And people are stupid and they say, "Oh, well, you get remittances." Well, wouldn't it be better to have that entrepreneurial working talent in my own country? Because if he's making your money, he could be making me money. But you see, this is not how our stupid elites work, because they're a bunch of dumb fresitas.
You think the Mexican proles can in America they can rise up to be the bourgeois and the managerial class?
No, but I don't know, maybe, but no, I wouldn't say en masse. No, but what you're already seeing is the development of an elite. You see, what I'm talking about, like
I'm not a communist, by the way. I just talk like this because
I know. I love the use of it. I love the use of it. I thought it was really good. It's apt. It's an apt use. My point is, no, but what you're going to see is that naturally elites will surge. You're already seeing that. I mean, I don't want to brag, but some of my friends are, I got to say it, elite as Pocho kids. You know what I mean? So you're already seeing it. You're already seeing we're starting businesses coast to coast. I'm a Nicaraguan who grew up in LA, so I grew up, Mexican. I embrace that, and I married a Colombian chick. And if you go to Miami, you're going to see Brazilian Argentinians and Colombian Honduranians, and New York, you're going to see Puerto Rican Mexicans, or Chicago, maybe that's more often. The point is that, again, to go back to Vlad's question, is these phenomenons are already taking place. You're getting an elite being developed. You're getting an elite coming of age. And here we are having this conversation.
Yeah,
and something. Hey, Rancho, you're Mexican, bro.
I don't believe we should.
Don't let anybody else tell you, bro. You're Mexican.
I don't let anybody who tells me I'm not Mexican, I fight them for it.
Bro, just tell them, bro. I let my nuts hang. That's it. Bro. They'll be like, "You're not Mexican." Be like, "Yeah, I do, bro. I just let my nuts hang." Fuck you.
You know what needs to happen? OG and Camacho and Vlad and everyone else. There needs to be an alliance between the Hispanos in Miami, who are the elite, and the working class Mexicans. If we could form a united front, we would be very powerful in America.
You can see a division right now happening because of the way Cubans voted for Trump, and like some California Latinx were like, "Oh, they're white Cubans and whatnot," and we're more oppressed because we're.
This goes back to Camacho's point when you first hopped on the stream, where you were kind of positing that shit. Are they trying to like split us up racially? And that's precisely what they're doing, right? They're trying to make it's like, for example, Slayer calls himself Castizo, whatever that means to him, right? He might be a lighter skinned mestizo, whatever. He might have hazel eyes or whatever. But the thing is that if you took Slayer and his parents had, 8 kids, you're going to have one that's rubio with the green eyes. You're going to have one that looks like Chief Joseph in Pocahontas, and everything in between. So it's like you're saying you're castizo, but your sister's mestiza and your other sister's in India. That's how our families are, right? Like that's what happens when you get mixed people and you keep mixing them. So what they're doing is they're basically, because Hispanos are primarily made of Indio and Español, but also substantially by Negros, depending where you're from. They're trying to split us up along those three lines. So they're trying to take all the white Hispanics for us. They're trying to take all the Indio Hispanics and make them indigenous, and they're trying to take all the black ones and make them Afro-Latinos. And what does that do net positive for us as people, civilization, as a group of men at this age and this moment in history? That takes away all your power. That takes away our power, because now, let's just say base Panamanian es mulatillo. Angelo is blonde, and here I'm the mestizo in the middle, or you two, and all of a sudden, we're gonna have to take the Indio side, and so now we lost that demographic power that we have, because now we're being divided into these camps of jam culture. And I think if that's what history is, if that's the historical train that's going to happen between our generation and the next, then we're all fucking losers, and we should just shoot our balls off now.
Rancho,
bro,
I think the biggest barrier that these subverters are going to have against Latinos is not religion, because I feel like they can easily subvert religion. It's not race. It's going to be the language, because Spanish, unlike English, is heavily gendered. I mean, there's pronouns for even inanimate objects. That's going to be the hardest front. Yeah, that's going to be the absolute hardest front.
Latinx.
What I would.
That's the only word. That's the only word that they got. That's only one word. Like there's no coincidence. There's a reason why it's El Sol.
But I think Camacho. I think although you always see people talking about Spanish is the colonizer language, there's still pressure from the community to speak Spanish, which is a good thing. But
I think it's one of our shields. And I think it's also our relative material poverty, because it's hard to be addicted to porn if you don't have an iPad at home, right?
Mm-hmm.
But go ahead.
And Miami, for example, is a bilingual society, pretty much. So, in regards to the gender language question, I think you're taking feminists too seriously, in the sense that, yes, Spanish is a gender language, but that doesn't necessarily translate itself into a patriarchal structure, because I'm sure Arab is not a gender language.
You're right. Spain is gay, bro. Fuck, I fucked up. You're right.
Yeah, like I've seen people from in the internet say todes instead of todos or todas.
But that's like taking the claim that gender language means patriarchy seriously, which is not true. I'm sure like Arabic I'm sure Arabic is not gender.
It is a shield. I think it is a shield, but it's not going to make us immune. I think the process
it's completely subvertible, but it's the hardest front. It'll probably be the last front.
And I would say
that's what I'm trying to say.
In our poverty, like.
I mean, they kind of try to take away your language by saying, "Oh, it's an imposed language." Your oppressors.
They'll never do that. They're like they can talk shit. Like they can.
But maybe that's enough. Maybe it's enough to talk shit, because then that's enough to split people up. When you bring in the black legend that, again, our historical enemies promote, it's what they educate our children on in this country. Then it all it does is induce schizophrenia in the Hispano, which is
but it's just. When you perceive them, it's just like sad. You're just being ridiculous. You know what I mean? You should just laugh at them when they say that stuff.
And you see, but that's what I'm saying. That's the obvious effect. But what's the deeper effect it's having on the mass of people?
No, of course.
I mean, that chip.
Notice that they don't want to use Hispanic. Like at first, they didn't want to use Hispanic.
Yeah.
So they embraced the label of Latino. and now they don't even want to use Latino, right?
Yeah, they want to use
Because
Latin.
supposedly Latinidad is dead, you know, because white Cubans voted for Trump or
Well, here's what
you
you're
know.
noticing is that all these things always work as a slippery slope.
Mhm.
There's always a chain of events. One revolution leads to the next revolution. Yeah,
I mean, outside the internet, that doesn't happen.
Sorry?
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Who said Vladimir?
Yeah, I was saying that outside of the internet, that Latinidad is canceled or whatever, it doesn't occur outside online circles. You know?
No, yeah, but that's like the problem is that those circles there's like a relation between those circles and academia, you know, and academia is like the
and the media,
some elites, right?
It's
and the media as
same
well.
recipe, jam culture, Judeo-Anglo-Masonic.
No, yeah, and I think,
but it's beyond language. It's in the cultural values. The whole culture is being subverted, not just the language. And again, it's being subverted as official policy from the United States.
I mean, Obama talked to, like, I think he was in an interview, and he said, "Oh, Hispanics ignore the racism of Trump because they're Catholic and they do not support the LGBT."
he said that because they're
because they're evangelicals.
Yeah,
he said something like that.
The interesting Hispanic evangelical, right?
Even though he's evangelical. But anyways, yes, by a matter of American policy, our culture is being subverted. Okay, the NGOs work down there to subvert our culture, right? Speaking about Obama, he had went to Africa and he basically said, "You guys got to adopt, global homo." And Africans were like, "Get the fuck out of here, brother."
My brother, take that shit back to the West.
We all not faggots here. No, I can't even do a good African.
Do not eat the poo-poo, my brother. Do not eat the poo-poo.
Why are you gay?
Obama went to Africa and talked to Ugandan knuckles.
What'd you say?
Obama went to Africa. He talked to all the Ugandan knuckles over there, and completely, the biggest export of homosexuality, degeneracy is America, bro. That's our biggest export.
Imagine the nerve you have to go to like a country that has real problems and be like, your biggest problem is you don't like gay people. Like, these niggas are hungry, and like that's what he really went to go talk to them about.
Right.
That is like peak American.
And they told him to
ignorance
kick
right
rocks.
there.
They told him to kick rocks. But you see, again, this is a matter of policy. So, let's take a moment back here and like see it and realize that it's a matter of policy to subvert your culture.
Do you think that they could probably?
What are you seeing here?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Rancho,
I was saying,
how much luck have you had with black nationalists, bro?
Yeah. I haven't really talked to a black nationalist, though I have been on black channels and I have talked to, well, she's black and Dominican, or she's kind of Dominican on the Afro-Latinx side. She's drank of that Kool-Aid. You see, that's what I speak out against, is that they're trying to split us into Latinxers and pick-me's. And we have to reject that. You see, this is how Anglos work. Going back to alchemy, they impose false dialectics, right? This is very Masonic. When you go to a Masonic temple, you have the black squares and the white squares, right? So you have black and white in America. You're either black or you're white, right? There's no room for anything else. So what they're doing to us, that they're trying to split us between Latinxers and pick-me's. And we need to reject both and grab onto our roots. We need to understand our roots. We need to be educated on our roots. We need, because that's what allows you to form strong families. And the rest is just a chain reaction from having a bunch of strong families.
Yo, Rancho, I was gonna say, do you think that the elites would try to destroy Hispanic culture through mass migration? Like, you see that happening in Europe. Like, you literally have no go places.
Yeah, no, I understand. It's hard to do with us because we're the mass migrants. So, I heard you bring up like Haiti and Chile, and I'm like, yeah, that sucks, man. I don't understand why they're importing Haitians other than Chileans being lazy or Chileans being cheap and not wanting to pay Chileans what Chileans need to make in order to live decently in their own country. So, again, these are our elites who for 200 years have been serving us nothing but L's.
And Vladimir, to answer about mass migration in Europe, Europe also has a system of federalism when it comes to the EU. And, there are countries in Europe that didn't want their province or state to have these, Muslim immigrants or whatever they were. In Latin America, what we have is the elites that run our countries that make bad policy, pocket wealth, get bribed and embezzle. And it's slightly different, I would say.
All right, because I've seen weird things like on the south of the border, there's literally Africans, and I'm like, how did you get here in the first place? Somebody had to pay your ticket to get there.
I think Soros financed like some of those to come over. I don't know exactly why. What exactly he's trying to accomplish.
It's a full-on onslaught, right? They're going to use everything they can. They're going to use economics. They're going to use migrants. They're going to use MTV. They're going to use Bad Bunny. They're going to use AOC. They're going to use Ted Cruz. They're going to use message boards. They're going to use social media. They're going to use everything they can use to cause this bifurcation in the Hispano. To basically try to expand on that schizophrenia that we've essentially been suffering from 200 years, largely due to the Black legend. Again, so the opportunity is for us as men, as growing men, as grown men, to basically grab the world that we've been given. I mean, God sent you here. Like, what are you going to do? Are you going to simp out, or are you going to ball up and do something? So, but at the end of the day, what are we going to do? What we should do is form families, learn trades, start businesses, build networks, build churches, build monasteries, buy real estate, start communities, start hunting clubs. You know what I'm saying? Like, but keep in mind who you are. Don't lose sight of your roots, because that's what's going to protect you and your family. What you're seeing now is that the peasant working class the United States stole from Mexico, the dude comes here, he starts a gardening business, he works 60 hours a week, he's able to provide for his family, he sends his 2 daughters to college thinking that, he's doing good, and they come back with purple hair and they hate their dad because, he's a white oppressor. So we need to grab a grip of our moment. Otherwise, what's happening is that pick-me fathers are producing Latinx children. So we're getting caught up in the Anglo false dialectic.
The upper echelons of academia are just a stopgap, man. There's can you guys hear me?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I hear you.
As a guy who recently went to I recently, came out of college, there's no debate. It's hopeless, man. The only way you can actually get educated is to be an autodidactic, man. They hate debate.
Yes,
they marginalize you.
Yes.
It's not a meme. It's reality.
And when you go to college, they don't you'll meet a lot of communists out of college, but you ask them who's their favorite leader, they'll be like, oh, AOC, Bernie Sanders. You bring up a Hispanic communist, and they're like, oh my God, that's violence. These people are so dogmatic and stuck to their goddamn books that they can't do anything. College literally makes you a useless idiot.
Don't let college get in the way of your education.
Motherfucker, you should go to trade school.
1 second, I'll be right back.
And you could educate yourself. This is in the 90s. I used to go to Borders Books and read up on every subject,
Yeah, you can meet some of the smartest people you'll ever meet on a work site.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's very overrated now, and it's not what it used to be back in the day. But the thing is that let's face it, everybody goes to college, right? Everybody get a loan, you go to college. So instead of getting the top 5% of your class, which used to be perhaps the case in the 60s or 70s, now you get 90% of your class, and maybe 10% don't go. So big problem.
Another thing that I noticed is the attention span of people has decreased by a lot, because everybody's stuck to their phones and are used to only reading short sentences. So it's hard for a lot of people to concentrate on something for an hour, not even an hour.
Yeah, that's probably planned.
I was gonna say, yeah, there's been studies on that it has reduced like our memory intake, and photogenics are now like more rare because of phones and distractions. But to touch on colleges real quick, obviously, the price of it has gone up, and there's talks of like relieving student debt and whatnot. But I was going to touch on, what was it that one of you guys mentioned?
But Henry, the price has gone up because of government guaranteed loans.
Yeah. But no, I was going to say, look, Sid, I just remembered. So you just mentioned earlier that, colleges were more affordable, but less people were going because there was access to manufacturing, labor unions are stronger, etc. Like it was viable to, go straight out of high school and be middle class. Whereas now it's like if you go to college, well, now you need a master's degree or some shit, which only makes it worse. But the point is here that within the past 50 years, the percentage of the American who has a college degree has been consistently like 30 to 33%. And it's just funny because it's not like more people are getting educated. Actually, a lot of people are now coming out more stupider, but that 30% holds the bachelor degree or something higher, and it's been like that for the past 50 years in this country.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, I look at it like Major League Baseball or the NBA, right? Just because you ball and you're good doesn't mean you're going to the NBA. So it's like the same should be for college. It should be like the cream of the crop. Like, maybe 5% of your graduating class goes to college. The other 95% have no business there. Not to mention that you could learn just about everything that you need, if not in a trade school, in a library, and now with the internet, forget it. But it's just like a scheme, the way I look at it. It's like, hey, we want your money. We're going to teach you these like dumb things. We're just going to memorize things, and then we're going to give you a big bill at the end.
It's a debt trap. Like I've seen people with $500,000 in debt for a degree that they didn't even use at the end of the day,
Yeah, and you have junk degrees like transgenders, women's studies, literature, something like that.
Even some of the STEM degrees, like even if you're a biologist, there was a time where the workforce was flooded with biologists, people who graduated with a biology degree, and so I had a friend who had a hard time finding a job. So even if you do get a STEM degree, it doesn't guarantee you a job.
And what's ironic about STEM degrees that you mentioned biologists, but the highest paying STEM degree is actually petroleum engineering, and but it's also like very unfavorable because progressives attack working in oil is bad and whatnot. But there are STEM degrees out there that are actually really valuable. But I would shy away from the ones of like tech, because now there's actually a growing number of like programming schools where you can learn in 6 weeks how to code, and you don't have to go to college. And so like there's professional jobs that it's not all working with your hands. It's actually like now more access to that, and Google's your friend.
Hey, can you pass me information about that thing you were talking about, the programming?
Yeah, I can pass you the information.
Yeah, send it through the private chat over here.
Will do.
I want to check it out.
But I agree with Inquisitor. College has become a joke. Back in the day, it was the elite of the elite, and maybe down the road, what needs to happen is like a system like Calidad, where quality people who really deserve to get educated, because like I said, even with STEMs, like you said, Camacho, people are being flooded. So it's really turning into a joke.
Would you guys bring back an IQ test? Because that's what they had before.
Well, the IQ test, it's effective and it's there. It's called an SAT test, where it's a G-force loaded test that has a 0.8 correlation with IQ. Obviously, that's for college entrance, but you can't give someone an IQ test for hiring because that would be essentially called racist. But I'm not necessarily opposed to it.
Hello?
Yeah, I think an IQ test would be good, and let the chips fall where they may.
Because I feel like an SAT test, you can study for that. an IQ test, depending on which one you get, there's no studying for it because it's about how fast you process the information. A lot of the new IQ tests are pattern recognition tests.
Let me give my take on this real quick. I think we need to kind of revive like a class structure. You know, like this is kind of going back to the old world understanding where it's like, in order for a family to function, you have different members, right? Just like your body. And so that's the same thing with society. And we're actually, as Hispanos, much more class-based society than probably anybody else in the world. The Chinese had a system of like, they had kind of like an imperial test where like if you wanted to kind of ascend, you know, in a class and you wanted to join the bureaucracy, then, you know, there was a test for it. So, you know, it kind of connects back to what you're saying, but I think we need to understand ourselves as people of different classes. It doesn't necessarily mean like a hierarchy of dignity or, you know, with rights come responsibility. But I think the big lie of modernism is to make you believe that, oh, we're all equal and we all get to vote. And it makes a difference because at the end of the day, well, who rules that? The oligarchs rule. So again, kind of going back to creating an elite, that's basically how societies are ran, right? Like you want the elite, you want the best to be an aristocracy. What you have now is an oligarchy where it's not the best, it's who's down to cheat to make more money. And that's not a good way to build a society. That's my spin.
Can't counter signal that. Yeah, maybe
man.
we should have like a national ASVAB, you know, like the test the military gives, you know.
I agree, man. There's just so many things, you know. Like,
ASVABs are not accurate, though. I can tell you that.
There's ways to hack them.
No, I mean, I got into a job as a mechanic, but I actually don't like the job. You know, but you know what I mean.
But you might be good at it. You just don't like it.
Yeah, pretty much.
So it worked.
Hey, how low are the standards for the ASVAB for the military, man? Because I remember taking that test. They made me take it in high school, and I did it as a joke. Like I think I did the writing section of it. Then I looked at mechanic and all that shit, and I was just like, "Fuck this! This isn't even a grade." So I fell asleep, and these recruiters won't leave me alone.
It's pretty low. They need people.
It just depends on the job. It depends on the job you're going into.
They would just make you a grunt, though. You would just be an infantryman. Like you wouldn't be a mechanic. You wouldn't get a good job.
The AFSC for the lowest job is actually a chef. For the Navy and the Air Force, all you need is a 33. To be a grunt, you need like a 37. But there's a big gap in those who make it to those numbers. Actually, if you look into it by percentile.
Crazy, because cooking is chemistry.
When you're cooking army food, it doesn't involve a complicated chemist.
Using the microwave.
You're opening cans, bro. You're gonna be a human can opener.
That decaf food and the army.
Vladimir, did you have any other questions that you wanted to take advantage of the moment and ask?
Not really. I pretty much agree with all your points.
Yeah.
I just had the question related to like the conflicts of Hispanoamerica, but I think you give me a good answer.
Yeah, they're kind of, it's more like soccer team nationalism, like at the end of the day, again, I'm not trying to impose an agenda. It's just what's happening. In LA, the biggest group of Hispanos is Mexicans. The second biggest group is Salvadorians. The third biggest group is Mexican Salvadorians, right? So, and supposedly Mexicans and Salvadorians don't like each other, right? Isn't that like what we're always told? I mean, they might talk shit to each other, but they're still fucking with each other and making kids together. So, I guess the beef isn't that big.
Look, Salvadorians are peons, but hey, bro, we can get along. Vladimir, you're all right in my books, bro. I will step on you, but at the end of the day, I'll lift you up afterwards.
It's the same thing in the East Coast, that Puerto Rican and Dominicans don't get along, or that Cubans and Puerto Ricans don't get along, but you see the same scenario. So, that's that.
You know what's funny is that Dominicans and Cubans, we never hated on each other. We always viewed each other as brothers. I always found like the Cuban Dominican thing like an anomaly, you know, in Hispano relations.
Yeah, no. So the stereotypical thing is that Puerto Ricans look down on Dominicans and Cubans look down on Puerto Ricans.
Well, I don't blame them.
Hey, you know what's an interesting topic we could talk about is sort of like the Aztec worship that I'm seeing in like, you know, a lot of Chicanos where they worship, they have like almost like an Aztec. They love the iconography. They think they're Aztecs. And I'm like, bro, like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, most of those people got wiped out.
Yeah,
like it's a very, very low chance you have any Aztec.
Exactly. But we go into that. That's really largely due to the wars of independence and the Black Legend, because basically what happened is that once these new world merchants of our capital cities broke apart the empire and to have their own little fiefdom, they needed a new national myth, right? They needed to basically portray the previous regime as bad, and of course we're an improvement on it. And so they really promoted the Black Legend, and these last 200 years have been a consequence of this present moment where Hispanics do this, like where they kind of have a problem with their Spanish heritage because they told them, oh, you've been raped, right? Even though, you know, your Spanish blood came from a peasant that migrated here, you know, 40 years before or something ridiculous, right? Because most of us come from Spanish who came here even after the wars of independence. So, but this is still the Black Legend. And so in order for these countries to make themselves legit, they kind of promoted an indigenism, like these indigenous myths, to try to foment like these national identities, like the Mexican Aztec, right? Or the Peruvian Inca. So now the sad part is, from this stupid idea that our elites came up with, now it's getting even more extreme, where now it's like all of a sudden everybody's from Oaxaca and they got two spirits and they're tranny Indios, and you know, these are like the Latinx kids. But you see a connection between kind of that Chicano movement to the modern Latinxer. But I've come to discover, and we've been kind of waiting to do a Chicano episode. I saw the homie in the chat, but in the beginning, the Chicano episode actually vindicated a lot of Hispanismo and the Spanish heritage, and which is really interesting how you see how these movements get subverted.
You know, I'm in the mindset that I don't rep any Aztec bullshit or any Indio bullshit. But I also don't rep any Spanish bullshit.
Yeah.
To me, I just call myself a mestizo in Taz. That's all I call myself. I don't rep none of that shit.
Well, I think what I propose is that you see, now we get back into the three roots, and the first root was Cristo Rey, and we need to understand Christ, right? Regardless of your denomination or whatever church you go to, you know, Christ was the Son of God. That means God Himself, part of the Trinity, incarnated into man, right? So He's fully God and He's fully man. So Christ heals dialectical tension, right? He's both at the same time inseparable. And because of that, theologically, man now has a bridge back to God, because God sanctified matter. In this being that's both God and man, there's no dialectical tensions. Okay, so let's keep that in mind. Now, our first root is our paternal root. The Spanish is our paternal root. Overwhelmingly, we have Spanish paternal DNA, though not exclusively. That's not so important, but just it's a point of evidence.
You can measure that?
Yeah,
you could,
yeah.
So you're saying the majority of matrimony was paternal from Spain?
Yeah.
Okay, I never heard
probably
that.
like 60%. I mean, it's regional. That's not to say that Indios didn't marry Spanish girls. Of course they did. You know, but probably around 70 to 60 to 80%, depending on.
Indios are some horny ass motherfuckers, bro. I don't know, dog. I don't know. It might be higher than that.
So are the Spanish. These are two very perverted people. That's why they mixed. They're horny people. But what I basically propose is that, okay, so the first root, Cristo Rey, we understand the two natures, no dialectical tensions. He's two things at once. Well, a mestizo is essentially a mix of his Spanish paternal root, who gives him his last name and his language, and his Indio maternal root, who is his mother. So we carry the blood of both of these people. We are mixed, even again, maybe we could be 90% white or maybe 100% white, depending on what part of Latin America you're from, it happens. But you participate in this ethnicity, this culture that is a product of that mestizaje. So there's nothing wrong with you feeling, and I would encourage you should be connected to your Spanish roots. You should be connected to your Indio roots. And if you're from the Dominican Republic, you should be connected to your African roots, even if those were slaves at one point. Everybody's been a slave. It's not a big deal. The Anglos were slaves to the Romans.
Rancho, but do we equate the seed to the soil?
Excuse me?
Do we consider the seed and the soil equal? Or is the seed more prominent?
That's another. Can you elaborate on what that means?
Yeah, that's a great.
What do you mean by seed and soil?
So
I'm familiar with blood and soil, but not seed and soil.
Yeah. So let me explain. So again, if we understand ourselves as a civilization, if we understand our history, we understand hierarchy, right? We don't have a problem with hierarchy. We're still very much class-based societies. There is an order to the world. Of course, there's an order to the world. Our first root is order, is logos incarnate. Okay, so in the family, there's an order. The man is the head of the house, right? He is to provide, protect, and pasture his family. He's in charge to clothe them, to feed them, to protect them, and to, spiritually pasture them to be good people. The fate of their souls is primarily his responsibility as a man. Now, let's connect it to seed and soil, okay? We are our father's seed, right? Let's use a religious term here. You can't get to the father without going through the son. So, Camacho, before you landed in your mom and penetrated her egg and made you and got your let's just use the Indio blood, right? Let's use that as an example. You originated in your father's gonads, correct? He gave you your sex chromosome. He gave you your sex chromosome. So you existed before you penetrated the egg, right? So you're a seed. Your mother is the soil. So, for example, if I take a champagne grape or a champagne grape from France and I plant it in Mexico, it's still a champagne grape. It tastes different though. Why? Well, because the terroir, the qualities of the soil, the things that were planted around it, meshed into the plant, and now the fruit has a slightly different taste, right? Because of the soils. So same thing. We are, to answer your question, Henry, we are our father's seed. We originate in our father. Spain, the old Spain, not this little kingdom of Spain. We're talking about the Spanish Empire, because they're not the same thing. Spain is as much of a bastard product of the Spanish Empire as Nicaragua is, okay, or Mexico or Puerto Rico or Cuba. But that is our paternal root as a civilization. Those men who came over here, conquered, settled, built these beautiful cities, built this civilization that unfortunately, got stopped 300 years into its development, or I like to say sidetracked. Those men are the paternal root of our civilization, of our culture. And so, again, that's why you take your dad's last name, right? We are our father's seed. Modernism will tell you that you're your mother's child because she carried you for 9 months.
Jews.
And Anglos, you see? Dude, when you start taking apart how similar Black Americans, white Americans, and Jews are, you see they're all the same kind of spirit and culture. They all got the same values. They're just broker versions of each other.
Rancho, that was very deep and philosophical on the conception of man. Me, I just look at a bitch and I'm like, damn, I want to rail her hips, So maybe, should I just think more about this, bro?
What do you mean?
Should I think harder about this when selecting a mate? There's like a
absolutely. That's why God gave you your libido, right? God gave you your libido so you can share it with your wife. Now, I'm not gonna, I didn't live that life. I'm 32 years old, bro. I lived a very rambunctious life for for too long. But God had grace on me and He humbled me, and I was able to kind of wake up from mine addictions. And women were a chief addiction of mine, in addition to other things. That lifestyle, if you could get what I'm saying. But yeah, it's important, man. That's
It's
the most
an addiction,
important decision
but
you're
I
gonna make
also think that it's a spark. The sexual desire is a spark that builds empires, bro.
I agree. I mean, there's a reason for it. There's a reason. There's a proper
and that's
use
why
for it.
pornography is being used as a weapon to kind of like stop
Yeah,
that gnat and stop that spark.
Absolutely. But even these hookup relationships we develop, right? Where they're sterile too, right? Like you're fucking, but you're not producing children. So it is kind of important. It's like a live pornography. It's like you're masturbating with a girl's body.
It's porn
Really.
2.0. Yeah.
I mean, it's porn for the dudes with game who are handsome enough and cocky enough to go get chicks. Let's not dismiss it. But the point is that it's not much better. It's really not. Because to be honest, man, from my perspective,
it's a lot of work.
It's a lot of energy. It's a lot of energy for sure. It's
a lot of
money.
energy, bro.
It's a lot of time. But beyond me, I know that I fucked with too many girls' minds, bro. I probably scarred those chicks. Even if they were trying to act like they're like, the
You're a slut maker, like Jesse Lee Peterson.
Exactly, dude. And at some point, man, that shit's gonna come into your consciousness, and if you don't deal with it, it's gonna psychologically, spiritually break you apart. At least in my experience. But hey, man, you're young. You do what you do. You'll figure it out eventually. I'm not a Bible thumper here, like gonna get on you, but it is the truth. There is a use for it. If I could tell you like this, Camacho, if I had an older brother put me on game to this shit, I would have gotten married at fucking 18, 20. I would have gotten married as soon as I possibly could, pay for a studio apartment and enough to fill up a fridge for my wife.
Word.
As soon as I could do that, I would have got married because, dude, I bullshit you not. By this point in my life, I'd be sitting on $20 to $30 million.
And like 8 kids.
And like 8 kids, fucking handsome, tall, beautiful fucking sons. And, beautiful, sweet daughters. And I look back and I think, man, dude, I gave 10 years of my life to fucking Babylon here. And all it did was take my sperm, my money, and my time.
So you're saying you had like a prolonged childhood, a prolonged
player phase.
Yeah, you so basically you're saying that you jacked off $10 million, bro.
Pretty much. Pretty much. With women. I use women to jack me off.
So you're saying you're the ultimate simp?
Yeah, gotta admit it, dude. No, I'm not saying that I like. I'm not a trick.
His patron saint is Saint Athanasius.
But you wasted $10 million on bitches.
Essentially, yeah.
Can we get some S's in the chat for the simp right here, bro? Come on. Bro. I need to see a couple of S's.
Yeah. No, I'll take it because I could have used all that energy. I mean, I've always been a businessman, right? Like, or I've worked really kind of advanced jobs for my age. I could have been definitely, and I'm not complaining. I love the journey, right? I needed to go through this, perhaps to one day have a conversation with you. Who knows? But the point is, that's life. While I was doing it, I was having fun. I was traveling. I was partying. I was, doing the music video bullshit. But I'm very happy now. I would give all those memories up to have my wife way younger than I was. My wife's, 6 years younger than me. So maybe that would have been hard at some point if I was too young. But the point is, I would have gotten married way younger. I would have started a family way younger. But obviously, in order to do that, right, you have to walk a journey. You have to fucking, sin. You have to fuck up. You have to fall.
I think you're wrong, dude. I think that if I also think if you get married too early, it's always going to be that what if. You just got to release the what if from your mind.
The what if will always be there to the day you die.
I feel like it's out of your system for the most part, man.
You're right, and that's fair. I can't deny that. It's easy for someone to say, "Oh, it's easy for you to say Noel because you fucking jacked off $10 million." But I understand.
Doesn't that fall back on our parents? Noel, like say if you came from a super, adherent Orthodox family, that taught you better, chances are you probably wouldn't have done that.
Yeah, I wouldn't have. Maybe I still would have, fucked a handful of girls around the world, whatever. I don't know. But I wouldn't have done what I gave my labor, my energy to the great Satan for 10 years of my life.
Right. So Camacho, would it be too far gone to say that you're saying like sin a little bit to get it out of your system, or expand on your thoughts?
Yeah, basically.
What's understood doesn't need to be said, bro. I'm gonna leave it at that.
Basically, he's like Saint Augustine. He wants to convert, but not yet.
Yeah.
Hey man, that's okay, dog. We all been young. Do your thing, man. But again, there
are phases of my life where I was kind of like a militant Christian.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not a militant Christian. That's not my style.
And then sometimes I'm like, oh, come on, bro. Like that's just not cool. It's just,
yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, you can't be walking. This is where I got a lot of respect for Jesse Lee Peterson, because he doesn't get into the theological webs and the history and all this stuff. He just gets down to the simple things of it, and with the stuff he shares, it really does.
You on a show or what?
I know him. Yeah, he actually married my wife and I when I had.
Oh, really?
Yeah, when I had my civil ceremony. Yeah.
Are you his producer or what?
No. I'm not associated with this company at all. I just once in a while I go there and I made kind of buddies with him, and he officiated my civil.
So he's like a real guy, right?
Yeah. He's like this random, black boomer.
Pancho, so instead of having like your regular court clerk, whatever the person that does it at the courthouse, it was Jesse Lee Peterson that did it for you?
Yeah. I'll send you pictures.
Hey, I'm gonna one up your Rancho. I'm gonna have David Duke, bro.
Is he a minister? No,
yeah,
you gotta have that black dude, the minister from Harlem. What's his name?
Farrakhan. I'm gonna have Farrakhan as my minister.
No. The one that will go crazy. Inquisidor, you must know him.
With Narango,
the black Hebrew Israelites, right? Do they officiate?
No, wait, you're talking the dude with El Alisado. What's his name?
He's from Harlem. He called like Obama a fag, and he calls Michelle Obama something else. Pastor Manning.
Oh, okay. That's the guy that's always extremely hard on his own kind.
Yeah, if you walk through 125th on Malcolm X Boulevard, you'll see like the signs outside his church saying like controversial shit about like.
He said one thing that stuck with me. He said is that black men don't even know the toilet seat that they live in, right? Like, and he basically is ripping on black dudes for like, you basically live with your mama. You can't even pay for your own toilet seat. You don't even know what that's like to own your own toilet seat.
Maybe you convince me, man. Maybe I will have Hebrew Israelites. Corinthians 8:16, and now pronounce husband and wife. That's right.
It's funny when you point out the black Hebrew Israelites. One thing you'll notice. Here's the thing. For me, there's Hispanos and there's Gringos, right? And it's really more of a spiritual thing. So there's white Gringos and black Gringos, but they're both Gringos. They both have the same fucking values. They both see the world the same way. And
do you know where that word comes from? Gringo.
Isn't that from like the soldier?
From what I've heard, from my etymology, from what I've heard is that you know how in Europe, if you don't understand something or something is foreign, they would say, "Oh, it sounds Greek to me," and so gringo comes from the word griego, which is just something that's foreign.
Oh wow.
I like that one. That's way better than what I was taught. That that it was a green uniform. So I was just
I
saying
think that makes.
gringo.
I think that does make more sense, to be honest.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that-
and it's a super ancient word because saying, "Oh, you're speaking Greek to me," that's like a real old
Right.
expression. And so
Yeah.
when the Spaniards heard something foreign, they thought it was Greek, so because griego or gringo.
Right, it just became gringo. That's interesting.
more proof
So
for the
what I
Romano
want to say though, yeah, exactly.
Mesoamericano.
We've been having fun on Twitter these last couple of days, but I want to say the Black Hebrew Israelites. There are 12 tribes, right? And they say like Black Americans is the tribe of Judah, and like
We're
Mexican-
Ishitar, bro. My
Ishitar.
Ishitar brothers, let's get it.
I'm Zebulon. Zebulon,
Nah,
what's
nah.
up?
We're Ishitar,
anyway-
and so
So
I used to be
how does the tribe how does the tribe thing work? Like
So, but here's what you need to notice is that they put themselves as the royal tribe. They're the tribe of Judah. And it's like, oh shit, it's just a black gringo doing what a white gringo would do. Right? Like now that you're seeing this with the Castizo white race warrior, it's like, oh, okay, sure, yeah, we'll be part of the new Israel, but you get to be the tribe of Judah. And my whole thing is like, why don't you be the tribe of Judah? If that's the case, why wouldn't Hispanos be the tribe of Judah?
so like are the other tribes like what? Like bishops on the tribe of Judah? Is that what you're saying?
yeah. So I'll tell you, bro. I'll tell you. I'll tell you. So I used to be when I was in high school. I used to be a Pizza Hut delivery driver, and I was driving, and then the Hebrew Israelites had this huge rally in the middle of traffic, and they were like, that's right. They look like ninjas. First of all, I was like, what the fuck are all these ninjas doing here? But one guy came up to me, and I was like, hey, what you guys doing? And he's like, we're the 12 tribes, and I'm like, oh, that's cool. And I'm like, are you guys Christian? He's like, nah. He's like, you're Hispanic, right? And I was like, yeah, you're the tribe of Ishtar, bro. You people knew how to read clocks and stuff. And I was like, oh, okay, that's cool. So
But
apparently we're
you-
clock people.
But Dash, you just say you're Hispanic and your tribe, what is it? What you say?
Oh, no.
Ishitar.
No, Mexicans
Issachar.
are Issachar. Central America is Zebulon. Dominican Republic, I think, is Ephraim. I forget what Cuba, Puerto Rico are, but basically the 12 tribes, the 12 sons of Israel, of Jacob, they say that the different peoples of the Americas, including them, and they just happen to be at the top. They just happen to be the shot.
I have a funny story about that. I was in.
I'm kind of curious about this.
I was by Macy's, right by Madison Square Park, and I see them posted up, and I remember, I forget exactly what I was talking to them, but I started talking to them, and they basically, told me to go F myself, and they called me like, whatever they call white people, like they have like a certain term. What? Say again?
Edomite.
Yes, exactly. Edomite. Yeah. So he's like, "Oh, you filthy Edomite, get out of here!" Blah blah blah. And then I flipped and I said, "Hey, I'm Puerto Rican," and they're like, "Oh," like almost apologetic.
Oh, you're Edomite.
Yeah, they called me Edomite, and then I told them I was Puerto Rican, and then they were apologetic and tried to like school me on their thing. And I mean, this is like a decade ago, but whatever. I spoke to them a little bit and kept it moving, but I thought it was just so silly.
I'm gonna start calling white Hispanics Edomites just to piss them off.
Oh shit!
But so where does that divide come from? Like all white Hispanics are Edomites?
No. So the Black Hebrews say that white people are the sons of Edom, of Esau, and
we're talking white, like Italians are also sons of Edom.
I think so. I think they would clap, but
Everybody,
Hispanic,
every white guy, basically.
but Hispanics are, depending on the country they're from, they're a specific tribe, regardless of race.
So
Well,
what
I
is
don't know how
Argentina?
far-
Wait, hold on. So what is Argentina? Because they're
And
all
they're a tribe
Italians.
too. Argentina and Uruguay is a tribe. I forget what tribe. You can look at it. Just like look up the 12 tribes of Israel, Black Hebrew Israelites.
But no, I just ran a Google search on it, and I got a whole bunch of like Hebrew words that.
Let me see if I can find it real quick. Black Hebrew.
Yeah, the chart usually has like a little lion on it.
But what I want to point out is that here you see Anglo imperialism even within the Black Hebrew Israelites. Like the Black Anglos just happen to be the royal tribe, the shot collar tribe. I mean, like, come on, like, and what you realize is that the Anglos have the same view. They think that they're a lost tribe of Israel. This is how they view themselves.
Yeah, I was going to mention that a British, what's it called? British Israelites were like, they had it for Europe though. That Spain was this tribe, like Issachar was Spain or something, and then France was like, what have you?
This is.
Well, they consider Spain Israel, from what I know.
This is Anglo-Israelism.
Argentina and Chile, they're Naphtali.
Naphtali,
yeah.
So Judah is the Black Americans. Benjamin is West Indian blacks. Haitians are Levi. They're the priestly class because they're the ones who cut the heads off chickens. Ephraim is Puerto Rican. Manasseh is Cubans. Simeon is Dominicans. Zebulon is Central America. Gad is Native American Indians. Reuben is Seminole Indians. Asher is Colombia to Uruguay. Issachar is Mexicans. And Naphtali is Argentina and Chile.
That all sounds ridiculous and like arbitrary lines that they drew up, just like the Anglo-Israelites drew up arbitrary lines for who was
white.
Right, exactly. So
I'm gonna bring some of these guys on here, man. You guys gotta talk to them because they got their advanced math. So
no, I guess Noel had an idea. We should do this, but with Christianity and be Romans.
Yeah, we should dress up like Romans and say we was Romans, because apparently that pisses a lot of people off when we say we are the inheritors of Rome, whether by blood or civilization or culture. We realize it pisses a lot of people off, and they don't have a logical reason why it pisses them off.
I was very surprised at that because when you posit the theory, I thought about it and I was like, this is pretty logical and valid. Like I see how this could work it, but some people were just like it was anathema to them, and
they were emotionally and viscerally. But what it is that they perceive us as a threat, and it's like, dude, people are like trees. The deeper the roots, the harder it is to cut the tree down. Right? The wider the roots, the thicker the tree, the harder it is to deal with that tree. It's harder to de-root that tree. And the reality is that if we recognize ourselves as, Mexican or Salvadorian or Chilean, then we automatically have to recognize our Spanish root, right? Well, if we recognize Spain, then we automatically have to recognize the Roman root in Spain. Because what Spain was to the Americas, Rome was to Hispania.
It's funny that you said that, because my whole nefarious idea behind getting you to talk about the seed is that, as you probably picked up, I don't know if it's a New York thing, but, I like to say that I'm Spanish. Not because I'm a peninsular.
Spanish, right.
But because I speak Spanish. And I have this thing, like if you don't speak it, you can't be it.
Right.
So yes, I'm Puerto Rican, but I don't speak Puerto Rican. Right. So what you have done here is you've taken it to the next level, and you said, now we're Roman Mesoamericano. And that was
it threw people
that was
basically
golden.
What they were saying is that our Indio blood, or Black Caribbean blood, negates our Roman blood. But the Romans
funny thing, Noah? It's the coalition was led by a Cape Verdean that's LARPing as an Italian of all things.
Right. You think? And I think that was his gripe, because he clearly looks like a mulatto. And I would get lost in a sea of Romans if I was walking around in a toga next to them. So I think that was really his gripe. I think he has something against Hispanics. Either he wants to be Hispanic, or I don't know. Maybe a Hispanic dude took his chick. I don't know.
He was trying to fit in with us earlier. I don't know. Dude,
You know what I say that really pisses people off? I just tell them I'm black. My ancestors are Moors who went to Europe and raped all the cooks over there, and then we went to America and we raped all the Indios. And so I'm actually black. You know what up, nigga?
Exactly. I got 3% black in me that makes me black. I would definitely invite you, Camacho, to check out the channel. The talks go on for quite a while. You know, I've only been doing it for like 3 months, but it's just, I'm sure you'll find it interesting, and it'll probably give you a lot of things to meditate on or ponder on, even about yourself as a Hispanic man. Son of,
Man, these things really don't kind of matter to me. Like, I just like sort of like the ancient civilizations. I'm not trying to say I'm cool or nothing, but it just doesn't. It really didn't. I really don't give a fuck, bro. If you ask about my heritage, I just look at my father and I just look at my mother, and I'm like, that's good enough for me, bro. Like, I like doing stuff now,
No, I wouldn't disagree with that.
There's a lot of people who I
people,
look at the blacks, right? And they're like, I'm Egyptian. Look at me. I'm a king, bro. Look at me. And I'm just looking at these people, and I'm just like, it's just kind of sad, bro.
Well, guess what?
It's just kind of sad.
Whites do the same thing, dog.
Yeah. And they're like, I'm Roman. I inherited Rome. And they're like, blonde German guy. And I'm just like,
right. Or,
all right, bro.
We taught the Aztecs how to build pyramids,
Yeah.
The Anglos are culturally expropriating Rome from us, Hispanics. See, that's the beef.
Right.
Yeah. Well, what I do is I tell everybody that actually the Egyptians were actually Mexican, because where else do you see pyramids like that? Mexico.
We came from Atlantis. The Aztecs were from Atlantis, and we're the ones that taught the Greeks how to think.
We the real Egyptians.
We the real Egyptians, and also we the real Japanese. I mean, you got plenty.
That's right.
I have a cousin that looks Japanese. He's a little
and then Mexicans, they like Dragon Ball. Where else do you have Dragon Ball? Japan, bro. So to me, we was the real Japanese, bro.
We should start claiming all these.
Didn't the Japanese come across Alaska and into Mexico? Isn't that right?
Yeah. There you go.
Chinese Mongols, Genghis Khan, bro. That's my great uncle. That's how it was.
Yeah.
Anyways, guys,
has been one of the best guests that we've had.
Yeah, it's been
most
fun.
entertaining.
Hopefully,
hey, I'm glad I found you guys, bro. I just where the fuck were you guys 4 years ago where I had to debate 6 white nationalists, b-boy? It was tough, bro. It was tough being a shitskin back then.
Oh no, they run for me. They report my accounts. They can't. I'm their worst nightmare, bro. To be honest,
it was. There's some of them that I like. There's some white nationalists that I do respect. I think Stryker isn't bad, bro.
Yeah, I don't think Stryker's bad either. But
is Stryker Hispano? Can you clarify that for me?
I heard he's Argentinian.
Yeah, he's something like that. I saw him. He's kind of like but he looks white. He looks like a midget. And who else do I like? You guys know Keith Wood?
Yeah, I know Keith Woods too.
I really like Keith Wood, bro. He's
really smart. But you see, what I see with these guys is that they fall into the white trap, dude. Like, they're basically with Stryker.
Well, not him. He's Irish nationalist.
He's Irish, but he's still. You see, he has a racial identity as opposed to an ethnic identity. And let's just look real quick at the history of Ireland and England. England has been trying to destroy Ireland for 800 years through war, famine, and enslavement. I mean, there hasn't been anything that the English haven't done to the Irish short of a nuclear bomb. The moment that the English stepped back and the Irish started calling themselves white as opposed to Irish, they had already lost their language. They lost their religion. They lost their customs or tradition. And now they're just generic whites. And now what's happening in Ireland? They got abortion, gay marriage, negative reproductive rates. And now Nigerians are beating them up in their own city. But the Irish never even had an empire. They were slaves too.
I mean, perhaps you to about the Irish. Perhaps you can the Irish Catholics that came to America were more Irish than the Irish that stayed on the island, right? Because they got fucked over by the English.
In a way, but not really, because what happened? You see, the same phenomenon happened in the United States, where at first Italians and Irish weren't white, right? And then they needed working class, and so it's like, okay, we're gonna give you guys the white card if you take care of the black problem for me, Irishmen, in New York City. And so this is what they do. They always give and pull the white card when they need peasants to do shit for them. But what happened to the Irish?
But wouldn't you argue that you promote the pan Hispanidad, like, you know, uniting all the Hispanos, but why can't they do pan Europeanism?
I don't disagree with that, but they have to be more logical about it. Because that's part of the trap. You see, the trap is that the center of our ethnoi is Christ. It's the man God, right? You in order to have an ethnoi like be legit, you have to put something bigger than your skin or your quote unquote ancestors, because the reality is all these people are deracinated. They lost their roots. So look, with the Italians and the Irish, they systematically, you know, there's a Catholic academic, E. Michael Jones, who shows the history of how the Irish Catholic and Italian Catholic neighborhoods were broken apart by WASP elites, right? They brought in the projects, they brought in blacks from the South, and the whites moved to the suburbs. Well, they lost the whites. The Irish and the Italians moved to the suburbs. They lost their language, they lost their religion, they lost their customs, they lost their community, and now they're just generic white Americans, and it takes them 2 hours to get home. So the television is the one raising their kids and informing their values. And so now,
wouldn't you argue that the white mutt in America is its own race now?
I would. But
the same way the Hispanic mutt is his own race now?
My recommendation to him, here's the difference. We've had 500 years of that ethnogenesis process. They've had like 50 of this ethnogenesis process. And their ethnogenesis process, they're centering it around this concept of white, which is kind of like self-worship. It's idol worshiping. It's not Logos incarnate. It's not the Spanish civilization heritage of old Europe. It's what, like post-enlightenment, modernism, post-industrialism. Like it's just a LARP. It's just like what Black Americans do. So now they're Napoleon and Bach and Julius Caesar, even though Julius Caesar would have looked at them like slaves, you know, it's just this vague. It's just stupid. It's just part of the false.
Just because it's newer doesn't mean it doesn't have as much. It doesn't have less validity than.
I wouldn't say that. But my recommendation to them is that you need to find something higher than yourself to center around, because people don't go to war for white. They go to war for nation with a capital N, right? And they go to war for God, for their God.
Right, and in essence, to add on what you just said, Hancho, when you look at the fall of the Western Roman Empire, what happened? What came afterwards, right? You know, the roots became weaker because those people started to they did like self-selection, right? They found something new to replace it with, so they lost that root. Right. But the ones that remained true to acknowledging what was the Roman Empire were the ones that took the Christ pill, and those had stronger roots and were more just logical about that.
Because the root, the number one root, the first root is not about us; it's about God. It gives you the power of God in a sense because you're being humble unto God. Whereas these people are saying it's our white flesh. They're making the same mistake that the Jews made in the Bible when Jesus told them, like, you're not special, Jews. Like, yeah, my dad chose you, but he could have made these rocks his people. You're not special because you're Jews. You're special because of my dad's blessing on you.
But wouldn't you argue that people in Dixie and people in like the Yanks and the Midwesterners, they do have a shared culture and a shared heritage? It is being destroyed, but it's artificial. But the people in the community are still good.
Yeah, and I'm not knocking that. You see, I'm not making judgment on individual people. Like I tell this to white nationalists. I say white is not an ethnicity. White Southerner is an ethnicity because those people come with a specific heritage, a specific value. There is a religious understanding. And now Dixie has been basically obliterated. It doesn't really exist. It's more like branding nowadays. But white Southerner is an ethnicity.
Hey, the South shall rise again, bro. You better chill out.
Black American is an ethnicity because those people have had a shared experience. They're informed by their religion. Okay, what's white Americans' shared experience? The suburbs, McDonald's, MTV, NFL.
Yeah. The Southern gentleman definitely has the upper hand.
Because he has an
between
ethnicity.
these.
The Southern gentleman, the white Southerner who comes most likely from Scots Irish, the white Southerner does have a deeper ethnicity. He has a more authentic ethnicity. But white American, what are you saying? Suburbs? Like, what is white American?
Blue jeans, white T-shirt,
people.
MTV.
They clearly are a people, but what are you organizing your ethnoi around? And those things have to be, as much as literal, they have to be metaphysical.
They're still Christian though. They're still Protestant Christians, and they're militant on that shit too.
But it's a very.
They're just being destroyed by late stage capitalism, and I mean anyone can fall to that. It's not just unique to America. It can happen to Mexico.
Yeah, but
in fact, it is happening to them.
Yeah, it is because Mexico has strayed from its roots, from its apostolic worldview. Because the problem of our countries, Camacho, is that the elites, the fresitas, you know these fresitas, you can imagine them in their mind. They're always copying the fashions of Paris, New York, and London. Right? And they're always fucking 5 years late. You might have seen this if you ever go back to Mexico. You're dressed all fly like a cool American kid. And then you go back there and you see that the cool kids are wearing the shit that was cool 5 years ago. And you're kind of laughing in your head and you're like, look at this fucking clown. He looks like a fucking Indio, right? But because they're always copying. I don't know if you
I'm just going to wear a V-neck, jeans, and some Oxford shoes, and I'm good, bro. I don't think about it too much, bro. Chill out. Like, you want me to go full Azteca, wear a leopard suit or something?
Azteca.
No, but you're an American kid. What I'm saying is you're an American kid. What I'm saying is that the fresitas back home are wearing what you thought was cool 5 years ago. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know, but I want to sympathize with Camacho.
But you know, to Camacho, to put it in layman's terms, if you look at all the big cities, they all have this cosmopolitan architecture, fashion, dialect, slang, and pop culture that all like ties them together. Like New York, Los Angeles is not different from London and Paris. I guess that's another way for me to put it.
Yeah, now Mexico.
It's an old example. Basically, he's saying these fools are still wearing T-Max, and then you got the Kobe's. Does that make sense?
But still, like, go deep in the heart of Texas and go deep at any state, and you're gonna see an identity. You're gonna see a spiritual connection to the land too.
You're right.
Like, go to any city in the world, and you're gonna see degeneracy.
I think,
and they're also the trendsetters. Like New York. New York has trends 5 years ahead of the world. You know.
Sure. And
so when they were wearing jeans, five years later, everyone started wearing jeans. When they were doing this,
but so does in Europe, and so does in like DF and Bogota, right? They all have that same thing in common.
Wait, so you guys are getting the dad sneakers now?
I always wear.
Yeah, but I'll keep my New Balances fresh.
Hey, listen. You're right, what you're saying, because now you're pointing out the difference between kind of ruralism or agricultural societies and like these mega cities. And what you'll realize is that our culture as Hispanos is very rural and agricultural. It is very much tied to the land.
They are too, though.
They're kind of in the south.
I'll take you to places where they have a connection to the land, the corn.
I'm not taking it away. I'm not taking it away from them. I am granting you. You're right. You do see these phenomenons. I guess what I'm saying is that cities in the country is always going to be different. There's always going to be a tension between the city and the country. But the culture in the cities between different nations, with a capital N, has been very different. And now the culture of the cities is all the same because they're all influenced by the same, what I call jam culture. But there are other, what do you call them, power blocks in the world. The Chinese, the Russians, the Middle East, the Arab world, they have different cultural values around their city.
But we started this discussion with you saying that whites don't have a culture, that whites not an identity. But I feel like the white mutt in America just like the black mutt in America and the mestizo mutt in Mexico have made their own almost racial group.
And I get what you're saying, Camacho, and I find that just a bit more superficial because I want to make the point that to translate it into Europe and China, like in Europe, there's popular separatist movements. In Spain, there was the Basque and the Lo Gallego, the Catalan, right? They'll rather retain their own culture and fight what's coming from degenerate cities that they see uniformed and degenerate in essence. That's just me putting it in other words about culture and country and whatnot.
Yeah, you're talking about the nearification of Madrid or whatnot. But I want to sympathize with Camacho a little bit in the sense that, whenever I hear like Mike Enoch talking, I'm kind of like in a weird way rooting for him because I rather deal with the type of gringo Mike Enoch is than what than what the project is to turn him into. So I kind of want to defend that sort of gringo identity that Camacho I think is sympathizing with or defending a little bit there.
I agree that these are a real people group, but the question that they have an existential problem, right? This is why they're burning up their own cities. Okay, the Hispano cities aren't being burnt up; it's the whitest cities being burnt up. They have an existential problem because there's no spiritual order to their ethnic identity, their ethnic roots. Ethnicity
That's a big problem.
Ethnicity.
But look at our cities; they're run by criminals.
But let's go back to why that is. Our cities are ran by this New World merchant, criollo elite that broke apart our empire and have basically done nothing but serve us up L's for 200 years. If these people didn't get Anglo help to war against the Spanish Empire, then independence would have probably still have happened, but it would have been different. It would have been a continuation of that civilization. Whereas now what we've reduced ourselves is to basically be resource farms for the opposing civilization, who we were at war with the whole 300 years that we were the preeminent power in the world.
I don't know, man. I would argue that there's an aspect to Latin people, and I would actually say specifically Mexicans, that's inherently violent. I mean, look at all the way to our roots. You look at a lot of the people, the sacrifices. And now look at how it mirrors the way that we grasp Christianity, where a lot of them are worshiping the god of death gods and shit, La Santa Muerte. It echoes.
It's very valid what you're saying, but I have a piece of real evidence to dispute that term, and I'm going to show you right now. I'm going to try to pull up
and
the
I would
screen.
argue that a lot of culture is your genetic expression.
OG, to make it a little bit even more challenging for you, I'm going to add to Camacho's theory, la disciplina, where the Spanish Catholics, they used to, whip their backs, and almost nobody did that. But go ahead.
Okay, so let's talk about the violent thing. Trying to pull this up. So let's look at our history, right? Camacho, you and I, we have on this continent as people, we have a 500-year history, a 500-year period of ethnogenesis. 300 of those years, whereas specifically in our case, because you're from Mexico, I'm from Nicaragua, whereas the viceroyalty of New Spain, okay, we were part of the Spanish Empire, which was a global empire, global power, the preeminent power in its day. For those 300 years, when you compare them to the 200 years that we've existed as the Republic of Mexico or the United States of Mexico, or the Republic of Nicaragua, or the Republic of Venezuela, Colombia, whatever, as these republiquettes is what we call them, all we've done is been under constant conflict and chaos. And I'm going to show you the screen right here so you can see this is just what was New Spain. Can you guys see the screen?
I see your screen share, yeah.
Okay. You see this entire wall of text? Those are all the conflicts that have happened within Mexico after the breakup of New Spain. So what it's showing you, and when you compare to the conflicts that existed during New Spain, it'd be like 3 or 4. So what we're kind of hinting at is that there was a better system of organization for our peoples that worked better than the one we've been dealing with for 200 years. And so then you start taking apart the roots of those last 200 years. You start understanding things at the worldview and cultural level. You start understanding the history that led to that moment. And so now, because we're coming of age and we're so numerous, we have to ask ourselves, well, what's the way forward? We can't go back in time, but what is there to take from the past that might be able to serve us better today? Because when you compare the violence, look at this incredible list of just Mexico. And I'm sure there's stuff missing from this. I mean, like this gets really detailed. How do I zoom into this thing? Like, it gets very, very detailed into every single military conflict that happened within the country. There's just no comparison. There's no comparison with how peaceful. And then you start asking yourselves, well, how did the economics work? What was the quality of life of the average person, say, in Mexico City, compared to the average life of, or the average quality of the life of the person living in Mexico City today? And when you start discovering this history, bro, it'll probably piss you off. You'll probably get that effect of like, you know, when you first got red pilled and you're like, what the fuck? I've been lied to the whole time.
No. I mean, I'm willing to listen to anything. You know, I'm just that type of guy. I'm a confrontational type of guy, so
sure.
I'll listen to you. But
Yeah.
I'll also come back and say that, you know, look at the history of Mexico, and it's constant revolution. It's constant revolution.
Yeah.
It's constant infighting. So to say that the reason why there's so much violence because of the Anglo supremacy trifecta of evil corporations,
no, I wouldn't say
I think that's kind of dumb.
No, I wouldn't. That's not what I would say. You can never blame another man. You always got to take responsibility for yourself. In order for financial interests of the Anglo Empire to have effect in our countries, we had to do something first. And what we did first is that we took a bite of the French Enlightenment, the Anglo Enlightenment, and we took the bait. And we bought into this worldview that doesn't even sequentially follow our worldview, which is why you still see this remnant of kind of this medieval world in Mexico, in rural Mexico per se, much more than you see it in rural America. Because America comes, again, you have to understand the Reformation and the Enlightenment. Whereas in Hispano America, there was never a Reformation, and the Enlightenment never happened natively. The Enlightenment was forced upon us by our elites. The Spanish Empire fumbled, right? The Spanish lost the war. And that's been the status quo for the last 200 years. So I'm not blaming Anglos. No, we have to take the responsibility for ourselves because, you know, it's like you got scammed because you thought you were going to buy into a get-rich-quick scheme. You get what I'm saying? So that's kind of what's happened. But
to counteract your infographic, I'll just counteract it with history. I look at the Mexicans of back in day and the Mexicans of now, it's still the same shit. Like they're still sacrificing people to the sun god. They're still building empires, still building a lot of shit, you know. There's still some cucks in there.
You know what you're skipping? You're skipping 300 years of New Spain. Mexico.
New Spain wasn't that cool, bro. Come on, man.
New Spain lasted 300 years. And Mexico City was the de facto capital of the Spanish Empire. 70% of world GDP was traded between Mexico City and Ming China for almost 200 years.
Well, they focused on it so much that they lost track of the Caribbean.
New Spain dominated the Pacific. You couldn't, for 300 years. This is before the internet, dog. They dominated the Pacific for 300 years. Trade with China.
I mean, so it was a trade center. But like in terms of like compare, like what have they contributed to science?
Okay, that's perfect. No, these are fair questions.
Like what about like what period? Where's the Mexican periodic table? Where's Mexican calculus?
And Camacho, I'll give you credit to that question because a technocrat today would say, why are different countries in Hispano America on different footings when it comes to innovation and advancement? I don't have the answer to, but I see what you're saying.
Like look at Slavs who were slaves, and even then you have Nikola Tesla coming out of there, and who basically made everything. You have fucking Gregor Mendele coming out of there. You look at French. You look at the Germans. You like to talk a lot of shit about the Germans, but the Germans, they advance. And in terms of engineering, those are just engineering minded people. If New Spain was a badass mega empire where the chosen people to ready to take over Western civilization, like where's the lasting effect of it?
Let me show you.
Is it a conspiracy? Mega conspiracy that's so well organized that was able to hide all the effects?
Let me answer. Have you been to Mexico much?
Not really.
Well, you should take a trip through Mexico, and you have an idea of these beautiful colonial towns that are sprinkled everywhere, right?
Yeah.
So the first universities, printing presses, museums, public libraries. I mean, this is part of the history that's been hidden from us. And you talked about a conspiracy, and it's not necessarily a foreign conspiracy. Again, we talked about the Aztec LARPing, right? And I told you how our basically elites who basically took over Mexico had to create a new myth for the people to try to make the old regime look bad. But if you go throughout Hispanoamerica, everything that the Spanish built is still intact. All the cities, all the churches, all the monasteries, the aqueducts, the roads, all that stuff was built by the Spanish. And now compare what was built in the last 200 years, and there's no comparison. The most beautiful things of Hispanoamerica came during the Spanish Empire. Now you're talking about,
man.
This is fact. This
just sounds so lame. Like
compare.
Well, you gotta agree with that.
Compare
the best things in our country are from the colonial era, right?
And it's preservation.
You could argue
too.
that's because of white management.
Okay. I'll let you and Rancho spar here a little bit.
I would say it wasn't white management. It was Spanish Empire management. It was old Europe management.
So what do we do now, bro? Spain is full of faggots.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Spain is not the Spanish Empire.
Yeah, don't focus on the peninsula.
Spain is okay. Let's go back to the concept of the three roots. Your father, right? The Spanish Empire was the father of us all. Spain is just the kid of the Spanish Empire. We just share daddies. We don't have the same mom as them, but we share dads. We're still brothers. But they're not the Spanish Empire. They're our dad. They're just another bastard of our dad when our dad got killed. Does that make sense?
I don't know, bro. I listen to you, and then I listen to the blacks talk about the flying pyramids, and I'm like, yeah, kind of the same shit,
Rancho, let me play devil's advocate a little bit here, because I think I see the angle that Camacho's coming at, and it's something like, why is it that Africans have the same level of violence, the same level of poverty, the same level of misery? Doesn't matter if they're in New York, London, or in their own run country, in their own African ran countries in Africa or in Chile, and it's always the same thing.
And well, the exception is Hispanoamerica. See, why aren't the blacks in Colombia acting like that, or the ones in Dominican Republic are acting like that because they're coming back from New York City with their bullshit, but the ones in Cuba aren't. Why? Because the Hispanic culture operates differently, and so it produces different fruits. So let me go back to what Camacho had posed. It was like, where's the technological advancement? Well, okay, that there might be some truth to that. I think there's a lot of technological advancement, a lot of administrative advancement that the Spanish. I mean, how do you run a world empire for 300 years? The preeminent world empire for 300 years without the internet. I mean, that's an impressive feat. So there's a lot more fruits of those 300 years than we are aware of. And why? Because of the Black legend. So there is a conspiracy component to it. I'm not saying it's a secret cabal meeting in a basement somewhere. It's just the elites, the national elites of our countries and our enemies had a vested interest in promoting the Black legend. So I would recommend a person to you, Maria Roca Barrera, Maria Elvira Roca Barrera. She's a Spanish academic who's written these last couple of years these very interesting books that kind of pose this stuff. And really what's happening, Camacho, in Hispanoamerica, people are going through the records, they're going through their history, and they're actually finding out what really life was like for those 300 years. And the conclusion is, well, fuck, it seems like we made a mistake somewhere down the road. And it's interesting that we're coming across this moment in kind of our historical self-knowledge right at the time that I showed you earlier demographically. So this is happening. Like people are digging, people are asking the questions you're asking. I mean, that's pretty much what impulsed me to start this channel, because I have the same questions. And so we're taking it apart and we're getting a more clearer picture. Not because we want to go back in the past, but because we want to really know where we're going in the future, right? We want to plot a course intentionally, as opposed to just kind of, living one day to another day, and you're basically a pawn on other people's boards.
I don't know, man. Call me a skeptic. It's just,
okay.
and this is the reason why I don't look at civilization and like use it as a grasp mechanism to like give me some sort of self-esteem, or a lot of people do that. To me, I just look at my family, my immediate nuclear family, and then I look at my grandparents for heritage, and I ask them how was life back then. They're like, oh yeah, we used to, kill a boar, we would plow the land, and I'd be like, that's fine. But to say that, oh, my ancestors were part of this mega empire, New Spain, we created we were just so bad.
I wouldn't get lost in it. That's not.
I would just be like, come on, bro. And to say that,
Camacho, I think you're getting lost in the weeds a bit. I think Rancho tried to bring up the fact of what it was then, and he was trying to tie it in with where we are today and what we can do to move forward. And Rancho, you can clarify.
I'm not presenting to you the Spanish Empire so you can LARP and put the Borgoña flag as your phone wallpaper. It's just like,
because again, that wasn't the BONO. We're still here today, and right. we want to tie it in to what we can do.
Let's go back
to me, man. To me, I look at like things like China, where they were like, they had an opioid crisis, and the British Empire got them addicted to opioid, and they just completely ended that by imposing the will of the people and just annihilating all the drug dealers, who poisoned their own people. Yeah. And they fixed that problem by imposing the will of the people. I look at to an extent.
That was very anti-Semitic, I might add.
That was the beginning of the end of China, and that's when the Chinese Empire was broken, and it hasn't resurged till Mao Zedong took over.
I will say that it's not perfect, but the fact that they resolved that problem to the will of the people, I respect that, man.
It wasn't the will of the people, it was the will of Mao Zedong, a warlord who took over and
to end opium. Hey, call me a warlord, bro, but I'm ready to end opium, and I'm ready to end the drug trade in Mexico, bro.
But we're talking about China. That broke apart Imperial China. And basically China went through a period of what they call 100 years of shame, which they're just barely growing out of now.
An agricultural society that China had with
and they're dealing with issues. I mean, China's coming up, but again, what you're kind of, one of the things I noticed is you're kind of using materialism to measure success.
Yeah, I'm a practical guy, man. I'm about solutions.
Let's go back to it. Let's talk about your grandparents. So by the time your grandpa was your age, how many kids did he have? Right? What's happening now? You're not even having a kid. You're having a dog, and you're moving in with a girlfriend into this little IKEA box apartment. I'm not saying you, but you get what I'm saying. So but we have iPhones. Like, how is that any better than having 7 kids on a farm, you eat organic eggs every morning, and you play the guitar for your wife at night.
Hey, bro.
You don't know if
Chill out.
Camacho has 4 kids.
Bro,
I
I play a
We haven't
mean
even
ass
asked him.
Wonderwall, bro. Come on.
But you get what I'm saying. So the materialism, technology comes at a cost. And look at what's happening in Europe. Who's taking over Europe because they don't have the same values? The people who are still having 7 kids. Demography is destiny. So we as Hispanics are at a crossroad right now. Why? Because our reproductive rate is just at replacement. That means that your generation and my generation are going to decide if we're going to go the way of Europe or we're going to go the way of, call it the Middle East in terms of demographics.
I'll tell you this, bro. Look at Mexico right now. Look at it right now. What do you think? What do you think? What do you think?
Mexico was a mistake. Nicaragua was.
Well, think of 2 mistakes. One's going to be in the south. One's going to be in the north.
Well, but
it's so big. Mexico's gigantic.
But I would ask you a more open-ended question. What would you say, Camacho? That what should Mexico do? What solutions would you put forward for the greater Mexico?
If you have
any.
I would take some inspiration to what China's doing now and somehow play the capitalist game, but still have an end goal in mind and still, make decisions based on the people. The difference between China and America is that China actually executes millionaires and billionaires who are corrupt. When was the last time in America that we've ever executed a billionaire or a millionaire? Never. And these people are some of the most biggest scum in the fucking world.
Right.
It's time for the people to organize and impose will.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I can
empathize. And order.
I can empathize.
People love order. People love power.
But here's the thing that let's go back a little bit to demography. Materialism, technological advancement is masturbatory. It's more valuable to have 7 sons and you own your own land and you're not connected to, these industrialized food systems where everything gets done in a lab, artificial protein or whatever the fuck they're going to roll out next year. So this shit doesn't work. The Titanic of America, it already hit the iceberg. It's just a matter before it cracks in half. So we're at a moment where we're on the boat and we can either go and pretend that this is the Titanic, it'll never sink, or we can start breaking apart tables and chairs and building rafts because we realize there's not enough lifeboats.
I definitely agree with that the economy ideally would take place in the homestead. So, if you're into carpentry, you're home, you have your shop, you have your 6, 7 sons, and they're helping you do it.
This is the interesting moment that, again, we're at an interesting crossroads. Like, our generation literally has that choice. Because
I disagree, man. People are way too comfy. And the solution for everyone to be a homesteader is not going to work. Especially in a specialized economy.
Yeah. Well, what's going to happen right now we'll see with the Great Reset, we'll see the things that are coming down the line. But we have to point that there is a difference between.
We might be forced into it.
There is a difference between people here, and there is still more of a hope in a sense because Latin America is more behind. It is poorer. It doesn't have access to that material wealth. So again, it's still connected to that world your grandpa was talking about. That world is still there. Much more.
Well, the world's still there if people want it. I mean, people can make a homestead tomorrow easy, but they won't do it because it's a spiritual war.
I think that plays a role.
It's a completely spiritual war. Man, you could do a homestead tomorrow. I'm telling you, it's so fucking easy to buy cheap land, a couple of chickens and a watermill. It's not that hard, but people don't want to do it. It comes from within.
Well, I don't know. I think there are things.
And if you want to look at the future, Hugh, if you want to look at the future, Rancho, look at Brazil, bro. But when instead of Sao Paulo being mega city, think of it as a mega city. Big ass buildings, mega corporations that will run everything. And think of the whole country being favelas, and then you have the mega cities. That's the future that we're going to have right now, and it's inevitable.
That's where I disagree. I don't think it's inevitable. I don't think that's sustainable. I don't think that the world, the logos of the world it just allows something like that to happen for very long.
It's not sustainable, bro, but it'll last a good 200, 300 years. I guarantee you.
I have no idea.
It's anti-fragile.
I don't think so. I don't think any of us could have guessed that they would have shut down the economy for a year last year. So we have no idea.
Organized.
Yeah, I know.
like anti-fragile, just generally speaking.
None of us had that idea that could ever happen, that people would go with it. Right?
And that's a good word, because anti-fragile means that it's not solid, completely solid. It's gelatin. It can take blows and fix itself. That's what this economy is. They can have you guys eat each other and it wouldn't matter. The elites will still be in power.
Right.
Well, I mean it more from the point how I prefer precious metals to fiat currency. For example, just one thing.
I'm not so nihilistic. I'm faithful. I think
I'm not a nihilist.
I'm not saying you are, but I said I'm not so nihilistic. So I'm saying there is some nihilism, a little bit of what you're saying, that is the automatic future and that there's no hope. I don't necessarily agree with that. I think God's in control, and I think if good men, valorous men of good conscience come in to possess it, then God might bless us. Who knows?
God's in control, but you're not living in a movie, because downfalls last for centuries. I'm telling you, the falls of cities and the suffering will last for centuries.
Well, then
maybe if you play your cards right, bro, your grandchild's grandchild might live in a better society. But right now, bro, get ready for the ride.
Well, I think I have a slightly different attitude. My attitude is, that's right. There's no instant gratification. At best, I can set something up for my son and my grandson. And I think that is the whole setup and opportunity and purpose of life and of this moment. That is how our grandsons will look back and judge us. They'll either say these fools were weak and they just gave in, or they say these fools did something. They set something up, and the ramifications of that, I'm enjoying it. So I'm going to honor these men. That's the opportunity for every man's life. Nothing is set in stone. God is with us, and if we meet him halfway, who knows what can happen? David can grab a rock and take down a Goliath.
Hey, God is with you, bro, but God is also a vindictive man, and some empires will burn and will fall, and the children will pay for it.
I think this is one of those empires, but we're not children of this empire. We are subjects of this empire, but not children of it.
Hey, do we live in it? Do we benefit from it? We're children of this empire, bro.
No, I don't think so.
If we're eating at the table, if we're sitting at the table and we're eating at the table, we have to pay the tip. And we're going to pay the tip, bro. Trust me.
We don't have a seat at the table. We're the waiters and the cooks.
Do you own land in America?
No, I don't. I own land in Nicaragua and in Mexico.
Do you live in America? Do you have family that owns land in America?
I go back and forth between Latin America.
Well, I don't know about you, but I'll tell you about me. The same way a poor white motherfucker from Tennessee who's hooked on opioids is, gonna pay the price in the future, the same way I will, bro.
I don't think so. Here's another thing that we talk about, because another aspect of this, we don't get so lost in the history and all this stuff just because we're meeting each other. We're kind of unpacking. We actually talk a lot about business, a lot, and we try to foment networks across the United States and Latin America, because it's kind of like you're saying, like we do see kind of where things are going, and so it's like an opportunity we have is that we can diversify our assets better than, say, that crackhead from Tennessee you just mentioned. Why? Well, because you can go to Querétaro and you might be able to buy a piece of land for 30, 40 grand. And who knows what you might be able to turn it into, right? We have time. We have an opportunity. It's not a total loss yet.
Well, I don't want to talk too much about me, but yeah, my family does own land. Doesn't mean we're not going to burn in this land. And another thing I want to say is that we do have a narrative that's fine, that our ancestors came over here, they crossed the border, they worked so hard to come here, and they worked their asses off, and they started a business in their own land. But another narrative that you can have, another world you can have, is that they had their countries, and instead of staying in their countries and building in their countries and being for their people, they abandoned them and they left their countries, and 30 million people, 30 million Mexicans left Mexico in a country of 130. So that's probably like 10% of the population left its homeland to work over here. Wait up. For better pay. And now look at what happened to Mexico. The cartels run the land and terrorize the people because all the strong men left.
Well, that's part of it, but you see, none of that stuff is organic. It's like,
isn't that treachery?
In a sense, it is, and we have to hold the right people accountable. This is what I'm talking about. That the republic.
But the proles did it. They could have stayed over there. They could have worked there.
Simple. No, come on,
Well,
come on.
Let me ask you guys: leaving
wait,
your
wait,
country
wait,
for
hold on.
economic prosperity.
Give me 1 second.
Espérate.
I want to go back to, we're not at the table, we're the waiters and the cooks. When God was going to send curses upon Egypt, he told Israel to mark their doors with lamb's blood. So 10,000 may be melting around you, not a hair of yours is going to be burned, right? So I'm not so nihilistic. It's up to us to see God and do things the right way.
And Rancho, the Mexican immigrant is not a waiter and a cook at some poor ass, restaurant in bumfuck,
doesn't matter. He's still a waiter
Mexico.
and a cook. So
they're a waiter and a cook in a mansion, in a golden mansion.
So what?
That's so it's really interesting. Yeah, you guys are focusing on Mexico and Central America because the reality is not everyone crosses the border. In fact, 70% of visas expired, and then that results in Hispano being people saying right. Like my parents came from Dominican Republic. They got here by plane.
Right.
For probably the same reasons your grandparents came, but that's not
yeah, they gave them a contract. They were like, look.
Wait. Do you remember what happened in Libya with Gaddafi and Hillary Clinton? Do you remember that, or do you know about that?
Yeah. They destabilized the country and they killed the
dictator. Then what happened? And then a migrant wave came through. So these things aren't so simple as, hey, you gave up your land. Dude, if I sign a NAFTA agreement with your country and I'm giving subsidies to my corn farmers so that they can sell below market because they're not making money from sales, they're making money from subsidies that comes from taxpayer money. They're making money from welfare. Now, I'm going to sell to Mexico my cheap-ass GMO corn, and now all the corn farmers in Mexico can't compete because they're producing high-quality, nutritious, organic heirloom corn, and so they give up their lands because they can't feed themselves anymore. And they have
that's a fallacy because NAFTA hit both sides. It hit America and it hit the auto industry.
But America,
it killed Detroit.
Wait. But America,
they didn't kill Detroit. Detroit killed himself because they haven't produced anything good.
Wait. Let's not get distracted. You guys, let's not get distracted with but the elite know what they're doing. They know that they're shipping their factories to China to take advantage of cheap labor. This is. Yes, it hurt America, but America knew that hurt was coming, and they knew that there was a bigger play, just like in Libya. And sometimes they may not even have the intended consequences. But the point is that you said that people make the conscious decision, the free choice to just give up their lands and go work at a restaurant in the north. That's not exactly, I'll give you an example from my trade. All right, I work with producers of exotic fruit and other agricultural products from Latin America, right, on a wholesale basis. The migrant caravan of Honduras, not so long ago, do you know what precipitated that? The fall in the price of coffee that they artificially tumbled through their machinations in the futures market in New York City. They don't tell you about that part, but all the coffee farmers couldn't make money anymore. So they're like, honey, you stay here with the kids. I'm going to go up north, look for a job. So things are so black and white where you can just pin it on this peasant farm. The problem is that the aristocracy is not protecting the peasants. The aristocracy is selling the peasants to the oligarchs of the United States. That's essentially what they're doing.
And with respect to like the markets and the agricultural that's producing and countries mentioned, wouldn't a lot of it come down to the consumer just wanting to buy the cheapest coffee they can find at the supermarket?
Well, who's the biggest consumer market? It's the United States.
Okay.
Again, but the entire system.
The entire system, yes,
and not set up by us. It's not a Hispanic system. It's a system that
it's not a white system either.
It's a Judeo-Anglo-Masonic system.
It's a global elite system.
Yeah, but it's Judeo-Anglo and Masonic. It's not. It doesn't involve the elite. The elites of Russia have their own space. The elites of China have their own space. The elites of Iran have their own space. So it's not. Let's not confuse it. Where is the center point of this empire? New York City, London, and Tel Aviv, and DC by extension. If tomorrow God wanted to snap his fingers and sink those cities, we all wake up with a fresh slate. I'll tell you that much.
But what I have to say is that you have people who have their ancestral lands in Mexico, who have their family, their heritage, their land, and they traded all that for more comfort and more wealth.
Sometimes I think you're right. I'm not
more
gonna
wealth, bro.
I'm not gonna
could have
throw
stayed
it
and fought. So now look, all the strong men left their ancestral ranchos and land and birthright for cheaper cell phones, cheaper refrigerator.
I think I don't disagree fundamentally with what you're saying, but I think you're oversimplifying it. I don't think you're taking into account other factors that I don't think people just get up one day and say, I'm going to leave my country. If things are working for me in my country, why would I need to get up and leave? I need to get up and leave because they're not working for me. But these people don't control things working for them. They're just peasant farmers.
Like, let me give you an example.
You're against globalism, right?
Yeah.
And I think that's what Rancho's describing to you.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, globalism means that you have to move globally, and these people left globally. So by being against globalism, they should have stayed over there and built a better economy, and then get those fresas accountable and hang them.
Maybe that's what's going to come out of this conversation.
So Camacho perhaps is saying that they should have carried their cross, suffered, and stayed in their country instead of taking what was the most practical, way forward and migrating.
I would ask Camacho, and because I'm a bit dubious of everything that's being said, where would Venezuela stand in this? Because they took back their oil and
they mismanaged their economy. They're idiots.
Venezuela was a good economy, but they're a socialist economy that focused on one export. And so when that export goes down, you're fucked. You need to diversify.
They just mismanage your economy. But look, this is
because their management was low IQ, bro. If I was
saying that's a prime example of like protectionism, economic protectionism that occurs. The consumer is going to buy the cheaper product. So it's like it's a double-edged sword, I suppose.
And here's another thing I want to say to Rancho. Rancho talks about how Mexico and New Spain was the global trading empire of the world. That's cool and all, but look at Mexico now. If you just count GDP, which is strictly GDP, Mexico would be like the 10th richest country in the world. Is it?
Yeah.
Fuck no.
Nope.
It's about GDP per capita, the living standards, the middle class, the nuclear family. That's what matters. Not how much wealth is being transferred, traded, and given and sold. Fuck that shit.
Well, the GDP per capita
it's dog shit in Mexico.
GDP is complicated because here's this, right? Sure, Mexico is a part of the G20. It would be considered a second, breaking into first world. But at fault because there's countries with smaller GDPs that have higher living standards. Wouldn't you say that the aristocrats in Mexico, the oligarchs, are responsible for not redistributing that wealth to make a more equitable society in that country?
Because why? Because
then your point is moot. Point is moot.
Hold on, Henry. I want you to finish that point.
Mine or Ranchos?
What is the cultural value of those elites? Is it Hispano culture or is it jam culture?
I'm not talking about culture, bro. I'm talking about like living
But
standards.
that
And
informs.
But I'm addressing.
That informs how your elite manage your economy.
okay, I agree. And one thing I'm saying right now is that if 10% of the people didn't live this country, which are the proles, the hungry people, and they would have stayed and instead of protest and hold those people accountable and pressure them, then this shit wouldn't happen. But what happened was the immigration was a pressure valve. It was a pressure valve.
But it was a planted. It was a planted pressure valve. It was planted there.
Yeah, I agree.
And the Americans tap into it when they need it for their economic reasons. Look at this list of all the conflicts in Mexico. That's representative of the mismanagement of Mexico. What I'm basically saying is that there's better management that we need to rediscover from 300 years before that. Mexico existed 300 years as New Spain, only 200 years as a republic or the United States of Mexico. So there's things to glean from the past that may be working better for the average Mexican tomorrow.
If East
the playbook. Mm-hmm.
If East Humanidad was such a badass, ultra mega nationalist unifier of people, the people would have stayed here, worked together, start a revolution, and make this country and make Mexico a first world country. But in reality, East Humanidad is everyone's off for themselves. Wait up, everyone's off for themselves, and then maybe we'll say "Viva Mexico" way at a soccer game. That's what East Humanidad is, bro.
Yeah, exactly. You're right. But you see, that Hispanidad is built off. That Hispanidad is built off the black legend. It's that
the brown legend, bro. People.
No, I agree. You can't divorce it from people, but I think you're also giving people way too much power. It's like, did the Libyans have any control? Did the Syrians have any control? Like enemies attack.
Yes, because they elect the leaders. And they give the leaders power.
The world's not that simple, dog.
No, it's because the people aren't good enough. They aren't good enough to elect the good leaders.
I agree with what you're saying. I don't think there's a dichotomy in what we're saying. I would agree that the leaders reflect the people, and vice versa. I don't think it's one way or another. But that's besides the point of what foreign intervention does. And the example
that is the point, bro.
So
look at Liberia. Look at Liberia, bro. Liberia was a country.
How did Libyans have control of jets from France coming to destroy the regime?
Bro, because they killed their leader. They were influenced to kill their leader.
But how did they kill their leader if it wasn't for the ISIS and the jets creating a no-fly zone?
But still, they were stupid enough to fall for that bullshit. Look at Iran. Iran is still a mighty nation, and they knew better.
But it's both. But you see, it's both. I'm not saying that you're wrong, and I'm not saying that what I was showing is the whole picture. Yes, again, we talked about this earlier. You're only going to get scammed because you bought into a get-rich-quick scheme.
Well, I would think that we need to be a kingly people before we get a king. If not, we're stuck with presidents.
The devil suggests, but he can't make you do it. But he makes that suggestion. Yep. Really, he makes you want to go for it.
That's a good point, bro. Whoever that was a real good point. Like Rancho. So let's say you're married, right? And there's like this fine, sexy ass other Colombian chick, and she's ready to blow you. And you're like, fuck, I'll fuck her. And your wife is like, what the hell? And you're like, oh, she made me do it. She made me do it. She made me do it. She influenced me. Her Judeo-Anglo titties just got me, bro. They got me. That Judeo-Anglo ass was too much. Fuck.
But you see, that doesn't happen because I'm not caught up in my feelings and my emotions. So the devil doesn't have power of temptation. I see God. I know my weaknesses, and so I seek God to shore me up where I'm weak.
I believe you.
Yeah,
I believe you. But what I'm saying is, the Mexican people did not have that conviction, and they didn't have that much strong culture for them to die and live for their land.
Yeah, the Spanish Empire wouldn't have fallen if they managed it correctly. Somebody fumbled. Somebody had a fumble. I totally say that.
And Rancho, let me tell you about the mega epic Chicanos. Yeah, I guess the first generation, they are successful. But the second generation, bro, they're buying big trucks. The kids are raised on iPads. looking at
Right.
egg videos. The women are going to universities, painting their hair and being whores, and most of them are fat, by the
Yep.
way. If you like it or not, doesn't
Right.
matter. And so what's gonna happen? It's an
That's
empire of
right.
dirt, and we're gonna burn on here, bro. So I'm not
Well,
a nihilist. I'm a realist. Let's get to work, bro.
Well, yeah, and that's ultimately where we come right back to what we said, right? What can we actually do? Well, what we can do is wrestle with our temptations, seek God to help us, start businesses, learn trades, network, build communities, build strong families, and let God take care of the rest. All we can do is worry about ourselves, our families, and our brothers around us, and how we can help feed each other and help create an economy amongst ourselves. Gotta take
It
care
all
of
comes
it. Maybe
to the first
maybe
root, doesn't it?
Yeah,
Yep.
maybe the fire
Isn't that
and
right?
brimstone comes, and an angel comes and tells us, "Yo, walk away and don't turn around unless you turn to salt." I mean, that is completely outside of our power. If the French come and send bombers and create a no-fly zone, and then the United States sends ISIS into our territory, that's beyond our power. But God's always in control, and if we're godly, God has promised to look after us. So at the most root, what we're talking about here essentially is more of a spiritual awakening than it is historical, political, ethnic. All that stuff is great, but at its root, it's really about, like you said, it's spiritual. Go ahead, Inquisitor.
Yeah, to stress Camacho's theories, which I kind of sort of agree, and I think you, Rancho, agree a little bit too. And to put it in some very contemporary terms, are we willing to say, if they want to vaccinate us now, that no, we'd rather be eaten alive by rats. We'd rather starve and die than to take your vaccine. Are we ready to do that?
Maybe. Keep your iPad. I'm going back to my grandfather's ranch in Querétaro.
Good answer. But I see what Camacho's trying to say. I think we agree with him. I think we agree with him.
I don't think he's wrong. Maybe 80% of Hispanic men don't wake up, don't take the Hispano pill, don't do anything, don't try, don't seek God. But maybe just 20, 25, 2% of us do.
Rancho, you know what? That 22% is gonna be like, yeah, man, you're right, bro. And they're gonna get their dad's the Toyota Tundra with lifted wheels, and they're gonna drive across the rancho, and they're like playing corridos, and they're gonna go there for 5 minutes, hang around the horse, and go back to America and fucking watch Netflix.
Take pictures.
That's
for
what's gonna
Instagram,
happen. Yeah, take
Snapchat.
pictures. People are weaklings, man. People are weak.
Agree.
That's a good point.
I agree, dude. I agree. Again, there may not be a substantial amount of people, but even if it's just a male lion and a female lion, and that's what we got to put on the ark, they'll give birth to the rest of the lions, right? Like, everything's in God's hands. So I try not to get too ahead of myself. I try not to come up with plans. It's just very easy. Like, yo, network, yo, you're buying real estate. Yo, what business are you in? Oh yeah, I know somebody. Oh, you're in that part of the city. Well, let me introduce you to my friend. It's just that. It's just community building. It's just networking. It's doing what you can. It's marrying the right girl.
Even if you do
doing
that,
it the right way.
even if you do that, you're just gonna have a lot of rich landlords, because at the end of the day, people aren't connected, and there aren't two intact communities where I'll let my Mexican brother, stay in one of my houses for free because he's cool and all. It's just gonna make a bunch of rich landlords, bro, like Jews 2.0.
I don't know. I would invite you to go to Miami. Go see Miami for yourself. The flights.
If I go to Miami, bro, I'm gonna fucking have sterile sex with a lot of the bitches over there, bro. So that's not gonna work out.
I thought you were Christian.
Well, he is
non-denominational.
But it's because the Judeo-Anglo ass, Cuban ass over there is way too much for me, bro.
I second that.
Wait, how old are you, Camacho? If you don't mind sharing with us.
I'm 23.
Yeah, you see.
I just turned 23.
Oh yeah.
So is Henry.
Yeah.
Henry. So you guys got the 23-year-old perspective. Maybe when you're 27, things change a bit for you. I used to be the same way at 23. I used to be at the same, so I can't hate. I was the exact same way.
yeah, once my balls drop all the way down to my knees and like, you know, I'm like all rusty. Yeah, of course I'm gonna settle down with a bitch. Right
Once
now.
you bust one too many nuts and the body just
Yeah.
can't keep up anymore.
Once I get a hernia, yeah, I guess I'll settle down and sell
I'm actually
fruit.
reading a really good book right now called The Taoist Secrets of Love: Cultivating Male Sexual Energy. I'll make an episode on this. But it basically talks about how the Chinese emperors had harems of hundreds of women, right? And it's like, dude, they couldn't keep up because it would start taxing their health. And so the Taoist monks taught them how to like preserve their seed.
That's too much work, bro. That sounds like a big headache.
Pocho, I'm almost sure you're gonna have to confess for reading that book.
I'm pretty sure because it does border on the esoteric, but you know what? I haven't gone into any esoteric yet. It's very physiological. It's just kind of breaking down how like your pipe works, and but it's basically saying like, dude, you weren't meant to be coming so much because it starts working on your organs, and it makes you age prematurely, and like that's why monks, you know, like manage to become mummies without being embalmed because their bodies are still alive in so many ways, right? Like,
You let loose the energy. That's for sure. That's meant to create life.
Yeah. And when you release that energy, it's all your organs work in order to produce semen. It's not just your testicles, your liver, everything, your brain, everything is contributing to the production of sperm. So if you're constantly emptying your gas tank, you're constantly making the engine work to produce more.
I mean, I suppose Mormons and Muslims would like to have a word with you about that.
Yeah. Well, here's what's
polygamy.
going to happen after Terminator comes back and the world is destroyed. It's going to be the Mormons and the Muslims who rule the world. Why? Because they had kids. They kept it simple. They just said, hey, we can't do shit. We don't even know we have the right interpretation of God. But that's not going to stop me from having kids and try to raise them the best way I can. And that's who God blesses. It's that simple, man. So if we want to be blessed, we got to be a little Mormon and a little Muslim, but Hispanic. That's kind of what I'm saying.
Have orgies?
No.
That's like way too much work, bro. One time I tried the threesome thing and I was like, this is too much. You know what? Can we do this one at a time? This shit is not going to work, bro.
Yeah. It's not like the movies, is
I'm just going straight missionary, bro. Get the fuck out of here.
Well, look, I think we should end it here. Camacho, it's been great chatting with you, man. You brought a lot of good stuff out of us.
It has. It really has.
Stay connected, bro. I'll give you my email if you want to, keep chatting. We do these every once in a while, every couple days or so. We do.
Yeah, man. I'm gonna subscribe. I'm gonna hit the bell. I had a good time. I'm not gonna lie, bro. You guys are smart because I talk to a lot of retards, bro. And I'm not trying to be cool or nothing. I'm just saying.
No, it's true. It's true. It's a good conversation that I think we're having for a reason, dude. Because we are where we are. We are 23 and we are 32, and you've lived long enough to know to have a glimpse of wisdom. Even though you're saying, you know what, I'm not ready to be God next week. Let me go fuck a couple hoes.
What I do want to stress is that, I see a lot of people, especially young people around my age, they're all into the self-improvement. Bro, give me a reading list. What can I read? What can I read to be smarter, to be better, to be stronger? Bro, Jesse Lee Pearson told me to pet a cat. Bro, this, that. And I'm telling these people, like, bro, it doesn't matter if you read 100,000 books. Nope. Being intelligent it's not about what you can memorize. It's about the instincts. It's about what you do with that information. So
no, that's real wise. It's about being a natural man, to be honest. It's when we get caught up in our head that we kind of go off the keister. And it's like you look at your wisdom of your old rancher grandpa, right? Like that man can talk to animals. You know what I mean? Like he could understand what an animal was telling him. So there was a much deeper intelligence and wisdom that I would argue we as Hispanos are more connected to, because it's not so far away. For example, for your average white suburban kid, how many generations is he from his rancher grandpa, right? Whereas you sat on his lap, right? So there is something to be said. And again, I look at, maybe I'm reading into it, whatever, I don't care. The point is, here where we are demographically, 700 million to 150, 175 million, average age in their 20s, average age in their 50s. I mean, as a man, I got to look at like, well, it looks like somebody's giving me a layup. I'm going to take the ball and try to score a point with it.
First of all, I hope to God that my grandfather didn't talk to those animals because he slaughtered them, he killed them alive, he stabbed their hearts. So, I mean, he'll be a psychopath.
He had respect for it. I'm sure when he was doing that, he had respect and appreciation for that animal.
He's like, you're gonna be some tasty ass chicharrones, bro. I'm gonna stab the fuck out of you.
That's much better than going to the store and buying a package wrapped animal that was grown into a factory, who knows, and been injected with hormones. And now you don't have any connection to the life that you're about to consume. There's no consciousness.
And the last thing I will say before I leave, it was fun with you guys, but the last thing I will say is that, yeah, you guys are right. Demographics in America will change. Demographics is destiny, but it's not going to be worse. It's not going to be better. It's going to be more of the same shit. Trust me.
Well, I think you need to feel that way because when you go to Miami, you're going to want to go after some Khazar Cuban milkers.
Yeah.
I think it's connected to that. But that's okay, man. You're 23, motherfucker. Enjoy yourself. But
no, don't do it. Be chaste. Be chaste.
Yeah.
All right, boys. I guess I hope I see you guys next time. You guys are looking for a topic, I can bring one up.
We'll talk soon.
Sure, bro.
It was a good episode. Good night, everybody. Thanks for joining us. Thank you, Fonz, Henry, and Inquisidor for coming out and helping.
Orden.
Buenas noches.
No doubt, baby.
Cool. Buenas noches.